Talk. I'm Randy, and this is another week of Brick Talk, earning season Brick Talk. And this week we're talking about earning season's expectations. So, the expectations that we have for the last earning season of 2022. Now, let me start off the episode like we always start it off by just that pointing out to everybody that I am not a licensed investment advisor, and you should not take anything on the show as investment advice. Danai is a licensed investment advisor. However, while he's on the show, nothing that we talk about, nothing you hear us answer. If you ask any questions or anything that he and I talk about, either separately or together, should not be taken or misconstrued in any way, shape, or form as investment advice. None of us want to go to prison, right? Yeah, I'm a cartel fan, but not like that much of a fan. So, yeah, once that's out of the way and clear that this should not be taken as investment advice, welcome everybody, and let's get started. So this week we're talking about the earnings season expectations, the last expectation, the last earning, not the last expectation, but the last earning season for 2022. Let me answer the unasked question because sometimes people ask this. I know to make it clear very, very early. Earning season, the show, and the thing that this show is named after. The show is named after earning season itself. What is the earning season? Multiple times for the year, 4 times for the year, there is a section of the quarter, meaning a 3-month period, in which a lot of companies on the JSE report their financials. So it's a time when you hear a lot of people talking about, oh, what make a whip a profit, oh, what they expect to go up, blah, blah, blah. There are different reporting periods for different companies, but a lot of them share the same reporting period. So the last earnings season for 2022, I guess, when we say it officially start, then I mean November 1 or November 15th. Yeah, it kind of, yeah, but like the official earning season itself, I guess you could say November 15th, or in this case, I'd say November 14th, Monday, November 14th. Ah, I get you. I get you. And shout out to early sponsored or data provider, My Money JA, who is they provide a lot of information, including what you're seeing on the screen now, which is the actual earnings calendar, well, the market calendar for the JSC. All the things are happening on the JSC, and it's actually a standing. It's actually the Every Mickle market calendar that is using, and that's what I'm looking at to see whether or not when does the earning season officially start, as we said. And earning season for us officially starts the 14th, because as you can see on Monday, November 14th, a lot of companies have results due. 138, 18, I don't know if 1834 will be reporting. Access Financial, Barita, Berger, loads of companies. Eddie Focal, Dolphin Cove, Derryman, Carreras, you name it. There are a lot of companies that will be reporting and should be reporting then. So we're just giving our overview, what we think, what we expect. Not for every company, obviously. Just a couple of them. We'll talk about anything interesting, and if anybody has anything interesting they'd like to talk about, send a speaking request, or a company, a specific company you like to talk about, or you have a question about it, you're wondering, send a speaking request, and then I will try and help you with it or talk you through it. Or if not, you'll just listen to us talk about it for a couple of hours, and then we'll call it a night. If you want to get this calendar, by the way, you can go to everymickle.com/calendar. That's everymickle.com/calendar, and you can get to add this calendar to your own phone. That's Every Mickle Stock Market Calendar. It is a great tool. It allows you to keep track of what's happening on the market, as you can see. So this is why we call it earning season expectations, and this is why we said this is the earning season, and you have heard all of my intro. Whew. So with that said, that what do you have in mind as maybe one of the standout things for this week going into the earning season, the last one? Mm. Yeah, dollar had the report come out early. Um, what were they showing in terms of actual results? Third quarter still way ahead, 66.5 million versus 20 million in the same period last year. I mean, dollar is now dollar is now way ahead in 3 quarters. They're way ahead of where they were for their entire year, the previous year. The whole of last year, they made 128 million in profit against 395 million in revenue, and now they're at 481 million in revenue and 179 million in profit. So they're at 179 million in profit versus all of last year they did 128 million in profit, 128.9, and they've done 179 in 3 quarters. So they have a whole other quarter to go. And as some of our prior callers have told us, that they're very excited about dollar. Um, they've told us how much more they expect. In fact, I think we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago about when I was pointing out, the money that dollar had borrowed. If you consider that to be seed money for their operations, you could estimate a level of profit for the quarter against the billion that they'd borrowed plus their original um, amount that they had, right? So 66 million on the quarter, 66.5 million on the quarter. I mean, it looked good. If this seemed complicated to you, just mean dollar make a crap load more money. The increase in profit is like over 300%. Them triple up them profit just for the quarter. Yep, that's true. That's true. That's true. This is just up to September 30th. When did the bond money come in? Word. Word, 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 word. Yeah, so scratch everything I said before. You're right. This is just IPO money. Mm-hmm. Yo, 66 million in 3 months. All of last year, which was, I think, their record year at the time. All of last year, that they made half of last year's profit in 3 months this year. Whew, that is true. That is true. Yeah, that is 100% true. What you mean? Ooh, I haven't even followed a lot of that talk, but that's an interesting point. Fisco is now considered to be undervalued. Ah, that is true. That is true. John Jackson. In fact, the market continues to be correct. I don't know. People have to tell me. Um, you can't do anything. I, who not hearing you? I'm hearing you fine. Hmm. Maybe on YouTube people can't hear you. I will try and fix that.
So YouTube not hearing me.
Yeah,
Twitter
so
hearing
YouTube
me.
wasn't hearing you, but
And you're sounding, yeah, and you're sounding weird from me, and other people saying the same thing.
are you hearing me clearly now?
No, I hear a crackle every time I talk, and it interrupts your voice.
Hold on for me.
And YouTube only hearing you.
YouTube is hearing you now.
All right, I'm hearing me now, but you still sound odd. I think YouTube hearing it clearly, but I think that Twitter isn't hearing it clearly.
All right, I'm gonna try one more time. Anybody in the space is hearing me a lot clearer now?
I'm not. It's saying sounding the same.
I still sound weird to you?
Yeah.
Sorry about this, guys. This is a great time if anybody have a question. Send a speaking request and you can talk to Danai until I fix it. It might take me about a minute to fix it.
Why? Twitter.
Blame Musk.
New owner, new problems.
Yeah, our new owner, old problems.
They said, man said, we'll fix things now. No.
Yeah. Boy, I don't
Spend
know.
some of those billions, right?
Well, have you been following what actually been happening?
Oh, what's that? What's actually happening? This game get suspended?
No, I think that's fake, right? But
it is okay. I just saw something on time.
Yeah, they said the L in the name is actually a capital, a capital I. Yeah. He, how would I say it? He, like him, just really just lighting a fire under them tail. It seems, right? Yeah.
Man walking and said, shake up. You out and you out and you out.
This is a great time if you want to send a speaker request to talk about something, any stock, while I sort out the sound. Because I gather the people on Twitter say I still sound weird. You're hearing me clearly, Danai?
Nope, same way.
All right, Mr. Stewart, you are on. Can you talk to Danai while I sort out my sound, please?
Thank you, Randy. No problem.
Mr. Stewart, what's good, boss?
How you doing, Danai?
Yeah, where you stay?
I'm good, man. Smooth so far.
All right.
So where do you see Cygnus in the next 3 to 5 years? Based on the moves that they've been making regionally. Well,
as an
international scale.
As a company?
Yes.
Bigger and bigger, doing much better. A lot more money. I don't know really how can I answer that. You know, you go to interview and them ask you, what do you say? What do you see for yourself in the next 5 years? The vague and question them ask. What you really want here? I mean, yes, I think Cygnus will be great, expanding, and they probably have more ties across the Caribbean, doing a lot more business. Cygnus credit you're talking about, or Cygnus thing? With Cygnus, what's the conversation you really want here?
Well, this is the conversation that
I. All right, where you use Cygnus in the next 3 to 5 years?
No, man.
I think that would be more interesting. With Cygnus now, Cygnus credit.
Yes.
All right, where is Cygnus in the next 3 to 5 years?
I do see them as bigger and better, you know. In all honesty, you know, I've the question came across me a couple of times, you know, from a couple of connects of mine, and I share the same sentiment. But I just wanted to hear your view as well. And I'm sure a lot of people that's listening, have similar question. So at least they get where you're thinking.
Did you expect to hear something else?
Not necessarily, but we're all of our own views at times when we don't necessarily do a certain research. So, it's a good convo.
Oh, boy. I'm finding it hard to have a conversation around Cygnus is good.
Give him a little more detail though. What exactly?
Yeah, give me some. Give me something interesting about Cygnus in the next 3 to 5 years. Something that you think will be interesting for them over the next 3 to 5 years.
The fact that they are doing all right. So the last article that I saw, I didn't even do any detail reading into it, that they did some US, I think 34.6 million commitment in Puerto Rico in a subsidy, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Subsidy of theirs. Yeah.
Subsidiaries.
My apologies. Thank you. Of theirs. And with the understanding of the company or the subsidiary that they are with, it should bring some serious profits. So it should allow the company to grow and allow shareholders to benefit.
What do you mean by with the understanding of the company? I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, by my understanding of the company, let me say that. As I would say, everyone should do their own research. It should allow the company to grow. But that's about it for me.
All right, but hold on.
All right, well, I agree. Cygnus will do better. More money in that company in Puerto Rico. We'll do some nice things for them.
Can you repeat that, Danai?
I said that I expect them to be doing better in the next 3 to 5 years and doing much better. Good profits, company expanding, growing. Very likely to see them doing more acquisitions, branching into other new businesses. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Do you think they would expand their portfolio locally?
What do you mean by that?
Currently, I think their local portfolio is, investing. No, you know what? Let me do some reading and not quote anything. Let me do some reading and get back to that, because I don't quite remember.
If you read it, you quote them. So
no,
just give me an idea. Yeah, no, just share it. I can agree or disagree. Suppose to the right thing is blocking the conversation from early.
Cygnus Investment, their portfolio locally is about 30 to 40%. I think they're really focused on growing their international portfolio, and I can understand why.
Why?
See, I'm incorrect.
No, I'm asking why.
Why?
It sounds like a trade-off to you. Like they do one or the other. Or also, you say if they're interested in growing it, as if they don't want to grow it. Like they say, good or so.
No, it's not a case where they don't want to grow. I think it's a case where they see where they can grow at a faster rate, with a short timing, and regionally or internationally it works better for them, and based on the amount of money that they've been able to grow or raise. I'm hearing you, Randy, but there's a static in it. I'm not sure if it's the device, or probably need to plug out the connection and try to plug it back in. Yeah, Danai.
Yeah, what I said about Cygnus.
Yeah. My bad.
Stuart?
Yeah, man, I'm here. I'm back. What do you think about Transjam?
Well, I tell you, the hardest way to ask the question is what do you think about? Because you're not going to get the answer.
Let's leave what you think about.
No.
Where do you see Trans?
That's also very open-ended. Ask me a real question. Where do I see Transjam in the next 3 to 5 years? On the same highway longer, and then probably doing more business, invite more business, I think there. Have a gas station on it. Or do some other, whatever with the space right there, so. But it's a question you think you want. You're not really. We really expect to hear from that. What kind of? You asked me, like, you want to hear my thoughts on it, right?
Fair, yeah.
But what do you get from me saying, boy, you know, they might go good, man.
I think
That's
good is
really
too
again
vague.
nothing. I'm not
That's
really
the
again a
real
conversation.
question.
Not really
That's
insight.
the real question you really want to ask.
So I have to say, you'd really love for me to answer. Even things I wouldn't answer. It. Ask
All
that.
right. Do you think it's wise for somebody to pump $10 million in Transjam over the next 2 years?
People on YouTube, I'm sorry, I know you just lost sound from Danai, and I know it's a very. Actually, I might not mind that you didn't hear the answer to that, but you should get back your sound from him in a second.
Only Transjam over the next 5 years, 10 mil over the next 5 years. Wait, what do you think would have happened to that money? How much did I think it'd grow by?
Transjam. Personally, I have to look into. All right, I understand their dividend policy, their base on their dividend mandate. The money would grow at least by 5-7 years. Well, their dividend, they give about what, 7% annually.
You think about 7%? Yeah, so supposed to say, I find that interesting. You start with what used to happen or where you used to get from it instead of the next 3 to 5 years, what going for the company? Because if 7% is dividend alone you're looking at.
No, that I was starting with dividend to say.
All right. Give me the full story. 14% on your money at that time. So factor that into.
Oh, that's true. True.
What do you think will happen with your 10 million if it goes in?
So I asked him what I think would happen. And yeah, I think he's hit the problem that I started with. In the actual real goal thing, then because I say, what go on in Transjam? Sometimes sound good or not. Instead of, if I want to do this thing, Transjam sound like it work for me or not? And I wouldn't answer that question, by the way.
But you could have a real conversation about
the company. We can talk about the company. What kind of things we expect to happen over the next 5 years? What would form the view that you have of it? I figure you would think Transjam will do well in the next 3 to 5 years as a company.
That's
the fact that they intend to expand or continue to do more highways and offer.
What that mean? What do you mean do more highways?
All right. So after them finish the.
I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna cut you. Sorry to cut you. I know it's a terrible thing to cut you there, but I'm going to cut you on that one because everybody can hear that all the time. So I just want to know, can you guys hear me clearly? Much better?
Yeah.
Yes, man. You can hear you good now.
All right, perfect. The second thing, which is going back to the first thing, the Transjamaica point. Let's have a real conversation about what you really want. Like every company on the market is good except for Siboney, which could also be good in a while or dead, right? Every company on the market is good. Siboney is a dead company. Everything else is good.
What if somebody buys Siboney, brother?
Then it will stop.
That's different from.
Then it will stop being dead. It will start being good.
The gold mine.
Probably, yeah. But careful how you say
that.
But
until then.
Well, we said that 3 years ago. We said that 3 years ago, and apparently some people think it was bad to talk about Siboney. But not everybody is blessed with common sense. What I will say is, you're thinking about Transjamaica. What the real thing you really want to know? Because nobody thinks 3 to 5. The only time people say 3 to 5 years is when they're telling a lie in an interview. Oh, and I see myself in 3 to 5 years really heading up one of the departments in this company. Nobody thinks in 3 to 5. What are you really thinking?
Something nice.
No one.
Like Randy?
No one thinks 3 to 5 years. All right, Let me show you. I know that nobody really thinks 3 to 5 years.
Go.
What is 3 to 5? Which year is 3 to 5 years from now?
From now, from this
Yeah.
moment moving
Which year
forward.
that? Yeah,
Which
which year
year
that?
is that? Which year is that?
2012, 2022.
I'm aware
So
of what
3 to
year I'm
5.
in. What year
So
is
3
3
years
to
from
5
today
years
is
from now?
2012.
From 2022.
What year is 3 to 5 years from 2022?
2025.
YouTube said not hearing me
So
again.
2027. No, man, I'm hearing you, Danai.
YouTube.
I'm not sure why YouTube wouldn't be hearing you. Say something again, Danai.
All right. Richard, can you hear me, Richard?
I think that's an old comment. It's from before. There was a little gap when after he asked the $10 million question. There was a
All right,
little gap
I'm
with
hearing.
YouTube. Yeah.
All right, cool. Slightly.
Apologies about that on YouTube, but it's probably better if you didn't hear that. Listen to the podcast to catch what it was that Danai said. Having said that, though, yeah, Mr. Stewart, which year? We're in 2022 now. Which year is 3 to 5 years from now?
3 to 5 years would be within the range of 2025 to 2027.
All right. A whole heap can change between 2025 and 2027. So nobody really thinks 3
Well, that
to
is
5
true.
years.
True.
People think 3 years, 4 years,
I am
5
thinking 5 years.
Yeah, nobody thinks 3 to 5 years. So pick one. 'Cause if I lend you $10 million and I say you have to give me back in 3 to 5 years, which year would you pick?
For sure, I'm going to choose the 5th year,
Which is what?
which would be 2027.
Alright.
Speaking from now.
So let's say I lent you $10
So you see the
million
problem?
now. I lent you $10 million now, and I want you to pay me back in 2027. So you have to pay me back the $10 million in 2027. What are you doing with it between now and 2027?
Real estate, me I go. Sorry, me I come off of the market and go.
No, you have to go to the market. No, you have to go to the market.
God, as me hear you say that more.
Because you come talk about your companies. I'm on why you go to Jamaica.
I would take back my $10 million immediately, as you said.
Your brother. Never mind. You're on the bank. Go talk about that.
All right.
I'm sure them I get back in money.
I'm sure I'm not. That's fine.
That makes one of us. And yes, before everybody else catch up apoplectically, I seem to have got one. Yes, I know that the money would probably be sure. I know him can borrow back against it. I know in depending on what him buy in 2027, he'll be able to probably get a loan again. I know all of those things. Or sell it. I know. But still wouldn't give him because I could do it. And I wouldn't do it. So, Mr. Stewart, you get the 10 mil and you put it on the market. What are you doing with it?
All right, get that 10 million, put it on the market. I'm definitely putting 4 million in Transjam.
Word. All right. Pause.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hear what you with the extra million yet. Now we're talking. 4 million gone in Jamaica. You're buying it Monday morning, right?
Monday morning, bright. Wait, what's the stock price? I'll have to check.
Are you got white here?
I think when I check, it's
My
at
money JA
$1.39.
My money JA said, which broker you use?
I would use Sagicor.
Sagicor. All right. You're like, okay.
I could use Sagicor or JMMB, you know.
You can use anyone. You say Sagicor. So cool.
Yeah, man.
And you put in 10 million, 4 million.
4 million.
Out of the 10?
4 out of the 10.
What is it 10 or did I say 5?
No,
10.
man, 10 million we are working.
So what are you doing with the other
10.
6?
All right, the other 6 million now.
Signals.
Yeah, man. No, man. Hold on, man. For sure, me I put 4 upon Cygnus.
All right, we'll talk about the 4 and Cygnus first. So my money JA says that if you use Sagicor and you're buying 4 million, we're going to go a little over the 4. Well, let's go as close to the 4 million. Yeah. So if you're buying 4 million of Transjam, you're getting 2.6 million units, 2.7 million units really, if I round it up. And you're spending 4,027,724, and you're getting it at an average price of $1.50. So you're clear?
Right, sounds good.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
10 years. 5 years time.
5 years from now.
5 years time now.
2027. How much do you think that is worth?
2027. We're speaking about Cygnus, correct?
No, man.
I'm talking
Transjam.
about Transjam.
Transjam. Oh. All right, let's look at it. Well, Transjam just got listed. Fairly recently got listed. Past performance, let me see. I think it would be worth maybe about $2.20.
The things they just checked, how them
When I
factor
hear.
into the price. The things you just checked, how did they help you determine the price or something?
All right. So what I look at is what they have, the intention for the company and the performance and the money that they intend to generate or collect from the toll and the expansion and all of that.
Okay.
So I think it would contribute to the stock price in increasing. And then I think they have a share. No, it's a different company doing a share buyback.
No, we're thinking, what are they doing? Why are they going to be worth? You say per share, you expect them to be worth
$2.20.
what? Per share, what you expect them to be worth?
$2.20.
$2.20.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they going to be worth that? Then?
For sure by then, Clarendon to Williamsfield will be open.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd have to look when they intend to start from the Montego Bay leg. There's a southern Montego Bay, not Montego Bay, Westmoreland leg that I believe they intend to do. I'm not sure of the completion time on that, but I'd have to check it.
The Montego Bay bypass.
No, man, the bypass is different.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. There's another leg that they intend to take on after that one.
Okay.
After they complete Clarendon to Williamsfield.
Okay.
And with the fact that we are doing a lot of transshipment and we're moving containers from X part of the country to X part of the country, and most of these companies use the toll. It should increase the revenue.
Correct.
So
correct on the point about a lot of those companies using the toll.
Yeah,
I agree
should
with
increase
you
the revenue. So it should and injection of $4 million in itself will in the short run increase the stock price for sure.
Injection of how much?
$4 million.
He's $4 million that he's buying.
$4 million.
Buying up to
putting a
150.
$4 million buy on the market on any given day should push it up a couple of cents for sure.
From 146 to 150.
Yeah, that's where you'd be pushing it. In fact, the VWAP on the day, the VWAP as it did that would be 149. So I mean, that's not a push up. And what you're saying is on your 4 million that you spent, or to be accurate, 4,027,724.14 you would have made at this point 1.88 million on top of it in terms of profit. Or put another way, your 4 million turn 5.9 million.
Makes sense. Nice.
Wait, what? Why?
That makes sense for you for 5
million.
years?
Well, for 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the one that pick it, you know.
Hell no, not for 5 years.
Well,
so
why did you do that?
So I'm telling you, real estate, I can't lose.
What?
I cannot.
That's all right. You don't actually do real estate, do you?
Well, yeah, you're right. It depends where, but for the most part,
the thing you just said.
I do real estate. I have, okay. Yeah, man, we have some
it's either way I don't know, bossy.
I do. I'm a part of the real estate body.
And you only lose based on location?
Location is a major factor in it, don't I?
That's not the question I asked.
No, definitely no. If you're going Airbnb is another factor.
Yeah, but it's not always.
I know something from lose. Yeah. It don't work out that.
Yeah,
it wasn't profitable when COVID just come up, but I can tell you that since
that's a lie. In fact, we're speaking.
Okay, you mean Airbnb bookings?
Yes.
Were profitable before COVID?
Huh?
They were profitable before COVID.
Bookings was good, but after COVID,
after
or during, the market was dead. That actually put me in a 12-month lease with a tenant, and it caused some issues. But We're back on track.
So tell me something. You factor in the cost of those issues when you say cause some issues?
Yeah, minor issues, man. Nothing legally. Minor
No,
issues.
man, I don't
The
mean
fact that-
legal. I mean those issues sound like costs.
No, all right. So when I secured that property, it was strictly for Airbnb, not any long term lease. But the
Okay.
fact that the market was then and the place was there sitting, I was like, better me I make some money than making no money.
I agree with that thinking.
So,
So
I was able to secure that.
Okay. But considering all the money that you've put into the property, you have not gotten all of it out yet, have you? As in you're not...
No, I haven't. No, definitely not.
When do you think...
I did my calculation in 5 years I should get back all the money out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, man, for sure.
That's based on the long-term lease?
No, hell no, not the long-term lease. All right. Well, wait. You're right, That was based on the long-term lease at a specific amount.
Okay.
But with the fact that annually you can increase the rent, it would reduce the number of years. And if I should also, I wasn't factoring the Airbnb bookings. That wasn't even a part of it.
Okay.
Because within 1 month, like, you can save at least $3,000 from Airbnb. USD, of course.
Or more, that's true.
There you go.
Yeah, man. But you have to factor in the money that you also take out.
Yeah. Because you have to maintain and have somebody clean up and all of that. But that's minuscule.
Is it?
It's really minuscule.
I don't know if it's minuscule. What percentage of the if I get $3,000 on that property in a month, what percentage of it goes to maintenance?
To maintenance?
Yeah.
I would say at least 15%. 15 to 20% tops.
15 to 20%, right?
Tops, yeah.
So 450 to 600.
No, let's just stick to the percentage. So 15% tops go to it. Airbnb also take out another about 17%, I'd say.
I was speaking about after me get my money, not before them take out for them one.
So after you get your money, you get $3,000.
3,000.
That's after Airbnb come out.
Yeah, man. After Airbnb take out them fees and all, at least $3,000.
Okay, and 15% of that goes to whatever your actual maintenance. Yeah. And then, so you leave it about 2,550.
Yeah, they're about.
And the mortgage is definitely more than that.
No, that property was secured cash.
Okay, so then you're just counting down that 2,550 versus not profit, but straight revenue.
Straight revenue.
You're counting.
The more you go in cash, then the more you have to count against. That's a beauty of the loan.
Yeah. Well, true.
Yeah. So how at that 2,550, how much other how long before you give me back my 10 mil?
All right. I want to say the other 2 million and I was going to pump it into Carrera.
Carreras. You mean the other 6 mil?
No, man.
The 4 mil gone Signals.
In a
4 gone Transfer Maker, 4 gone Signals, 2 gone Carreras.
Okay. Whew. It's a whole heap. All right, we'll talk. Which one you want to talk first? Signals or Carreras? I think you might run up into some problems 5 years.
Well, I know. And we had the Transfer Maker no read that with film,
Yeah.
Transfer Maker goes at 7% per year.
Yeah.
for him based on him calculations. But you buy a new boss, a 5-year man, 8%. You literally beat
it. Buy Supreme Ventures.
But he said that like I find that interesting. He just said that.
Yeah,
he
but
said like
Supreme
Ventures out there.
All right, wait. But with my understanding of Supreme, yeah, it's not even a joke. So I bought Supreme some units from Supreme Ventures jokingly. I think I bought it at about $12. And when I checked back, I think it was I'm not sure where it's at now, think it was at like $36. I was like, oh shit, this company doing something, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my apologies for the expletive, but yeah, this company working. This company working. So that's the reason why I said that just now.
Yeah, but remember, say no, we're not thinking about what them do in the past. You're thinking about paying me back in 10 years.
Them not great.
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
Hey, no really work from boy. Them did this one time, so the price to this one time, so the price will do this again. But stocks will be easy if that was the case.
Okay. You know what? Let me go do my reading before I take that $10 million loan.
Whoa, okay. No, we're talking.
Well, and I hope it is the reading before I borrow $10 million.
Wow.
You know what?
Wow,
I'm gonna use the house and secure to be $10 million loan. You don't have to worry.
I wouldn't worry.
You have a property in a prime location, Kingston.
That's what would happen. And guess what? I would sell it back as I get it.
Jaja.
Straight up.
Well, you know what? Maybe not. I would borrow against it immediately, and that money would go straight into the market.
Yeah,
into the market. All right, makes sense.
Yeah.
I was thinking about doing something like that. I haven't done it yet. I keep myself free from debt for now. Working on a project.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you like a secret. You can't get to wealth without equity.
No, man, I know that for sure. No.
And if you want to get there faster, you need debt.
You have to do it faster.
That's true.
That is true. You need debt.
Yeah, the more you give it time before you actually
it's like
borrow against the property.
It's like gas me up now if you just take out something.
No, I say I wouldn't. I would say I'd gas you. I'd gas you up, But then I would say, click on that dhalladvisory.com. We'll talk because the things they're saying, I'm afraid.
No, it's not afraid, You see,
I'm just saying 5 years from now, we can have a nice conversation around what your money can be doing 5 years from now. And it doesn't have to be just the ones you like. It doesn't have to be just the signals and the carriers and the transfer maker just because them saw them fit the box. Until they do the work and finance them, don't read it.
All right, then. I'm going to definitely give you a shot, brother.
All right.
You know what the funny thing is though? Because I like the setup that you're having, and a lot of people have that opportunity and them don't think.
But don't realize it. You don't realize what you have right in front of you right now. It sounds like you see it, but you don't really see the full picture.
Yeah, man.
You see, because I believe in real estate, it was just today, an associate of mine was breaking to me about some land. And I was like, all right, let's just say I know about some liquidity cash. And I was saying, all right, let's put this money to that property. Because the market not so favorable in recent times. So I was just looking to that.
The market being the real estate market?
No, man, the stock market.
The market.
The market hasn't been favorable recently?
What that
Not
mean?
to me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You should link Danai. Or you could come.
I find that why.
But I want to talk about that situation you're in where you have real estate that you can lean on, but you're afraid of debt. Because that's a lot of people have that opportunity. All right. When I say a whole heap of people have that opportunity, I mean a whole heap of people have that opportunity. But hear me out. I mean, obviously, I can't tell you what exactly to do, and everybody's situation is different. But like I said, if it was, let's say we did that conversation 5 years ago, and at this point, I end up owning the property right now, I would either immediately sell it, or if I have it free and clear, I would borrow against it immediately and put the money in the market. The reality is that if you have an asset like real estate that you can lean against, you want to deal with the market like salt or water. Just put it in every single play you're doing. So if you're doing real estate, the market should be there to back you up. And the market should be there to help boost you. You might find if you do it right. So like out of the things you said, since you mentioned 3 companies, I'll talk about the careers. If I were to be in that situation and I bought a company, I bought the property and I had money to lean against it, I would probably take a lot of that money and buy careers, because my expectation of the dividend payments over the next 5 years is going to be able to help offset some of the cost of the property or the cost of the loan, right?
True, and that's why I chose them.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it blindly. You just say it because it sounds good. Because you didn't put all of the money to careers. No, I don't know if I put all of the money to careers either. The truth is, I'd probably...
It depends on the loan. and what career has to do to work for the loan.
Yeah,
The thing you avoid overall in all this is having an actual goal.
Yeah, and I deliberately I would do that so much that I can't even bother going to it. But I like the idea. I like the setup of
The possibilities of
careers
it.
of 5 years, 10 million, and you need to. What would you do with it? Yeah, so if I got 10 million, no, I would not buy real estate with it.
No, because the market is high right now.
When you
I
say
will
high,
say
what
I
you
get a
mean?
deal,
When you say high, what you mean?
meaning that
Which
the
market is
demand
now?
is so high, it pushed the price up.
So you mean the stock market is?
Which
man,
market? Stock or real
market,
estate?
stock market.
Oh, the real estate market is high right now. That's what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
High compared to what? 5 years
I
from now?
compare to the past performance compared to like 2
But
years, 3 years
isn't that
ago.
what our real estate guys say? So it never stops growing, so it's not going to always be the case.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's been high my
5
whole
years
life.
from now, 5 years from now, you think it'll be low?
Most of my doctor friends must say there's a bubble right now too, but all right.
I don't know about the doctors and
It's a
investing.
good thing I don't talk to doctors about these things.
I'm kidding. Big up the limitless doctors.
Why? That's small amount.
They seem to know them thing. Big up the guys on Limitless. Those are 2 doctors who know them thing. Listen to their podcast, Limitless Podcast.
Facts.
But outside of that,
Outside of them, boy, it's a small few.
outside of that, but there is a love affair between doctors and real estate for real. You know?
Oh, trust me. I'll say so. Let me tell you the truth. I do speak to doctors about these things. They're my clients, and boy, I wish they'd found. I think it's a Jamaican thing, and the truth is, doctors are typically in a better thing there, in a better financial circumstance than most Jamaicans. So they end up going to the real estate. Most Jamaicans want to do real estate. Them cannot afford it.
Yeah, real estate is a Jamaican dream.
Jamaican dream, bro.
Yeah,
man.
Jamaican dream, yeah.
I thought about your house. I know about house my rent.
Exactly.
Also,
Landlord is a dream, bro.
Yeah,
man.
And one office.
Yeah, man. Everybody want to live the dream, man. I put up an apartment. I'm going to rent out 5 of them. One of them are from a side chick. One of them are mine. One is an office.
And you know what I see more often than that?
One of the chill spots.
Real estate causing financial problems.
Real estate can wrap you up and tie you down. And
because
either it broke you because it costs too much, or it broke you because it broke because it costs too much, either because too much money is sinking there, or I don't have enough money at the end of the day to do anything else.
That is it. Literally. That is the struggle sometimes.
House broke.
And if them no rent, then you don't have no liquidity, you don't have no money at turn, you don't have no cash flow.
And then sometimes you take a 10 mil thing in a real estate, you get 150 a month. And the 150 I pay the mortgage too.
And
the 150 I have to pay a mortgage, and the mortgage still not done pay by the 150.
Yeah, man. 150 is not if you buy the place, the 150 is not the mortgage amount, right?
You're renting a 40 property for 100 grand a month, bro.
Yeah. What another
thing
some people with real estate is
actually know a lawyer that do that, but that property is rented for 250,000, 40 million.
Yeah, I want you to understand something, and not just you, everybody listening and watching. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, and not that it don't work. Obviously, there are some that do it. So, like I said, doctors of real estate. I mean, you look on First Rock. First Rock is Ryan Reed and Dr. Banbury, right? They're obviously doing heavy things with real estate.
It was the other day I was talking to Ryan.
Yeah, that's the circles you're running your money set that way. Tell you.
No, man, no, not like that.
I need to buy First Rock with the 10 mil.
Notice that. I hope Ryan listening. I realize.
No, all right.
So they are talking and smiling in their face, saying now buy him stock for the next 5 years.
The man said to me, listen, do me good, because we're going to make sure that the company get what it needs.
Who was saying that? You or him?
No, man, I was saying that to him.
Okay. So you're saying in the event that the company looking for any
because no, it's at a premium now, what, $7?
Premium? You mean discount?
Discount. Sorry, I mean discount. So if you're
I was serious, I was a real premium discount to what?
Well, First Rock right now is at $13.36.
That's the J dollar.
The JMD, correct. Correct. You
Yeah.
were talking about the first rock USD.
The USD.
Boy, woe to my 10 million.
Yeah. If you're taking my 10 million and putting in the US dollar market,
No, I
We
wasn't
know you're
going
not
to do
paying
that.
back. You know, you're going to set to pay him back.
yeah.
I'm
And
like, I'm
yo,
sure forget the all.
hold on, going into earning season expectations. So not this earning season, but I don't know that 5 years from now the US
5 years from now,
market,
US market might be different.
it might be great. So that might actually be a great I don't
I
say it's a
wasn't planning on
gamble.
that. I
Yeah,
wasn't
but it
necessarily
could be.
planning on that, to
It's
be
a good
honest.
point. It's a good point that you bring up. It could be. It could be
It could be.
a good play in
I'm talking
5
for
years.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
5 years from now, the USD market and the JC could look very different in terms of level of trading, interest, and everything like that.
Yeah, man. So I would never put my money into it now, but
Things can change.
things could change, yeah, and that could change in the future. And the people who make the bet now, they'll likely
They make
benefit,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not necessarily a bad idea at all. It's not the worst idea. I wouldn't do it with my money, and if I was borrowing money, I certainly wouldn't do it either. I'd want a surer move, but it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Definitely not the worst. But good company, no. Good company.
Boy, good company don't make nobody money ever.
That's true.
I've yet to hear good company
No, man.
as a
Look
reason
on
why
Apple.
a company
Apple make
make me
people
no money.
crazy money. And Apple is a
Oh,
good
that?
company.
It's a good company, but we already go through the good company situation already.
Fair.
If I was speaking based on that.
All right, back to the JSC now. Let's see.
All right.
We're betting big on Supreme Ventures.
We.
Or would you?
Man, turn a group exercise. That's how everybody know. Man, say, Arrow. All right. I'm not doing this alone.
French class. What you say? You do the 10 million now? I'm not gonna make you. We have Listira. We have Chris Gold to talk about. Let me hear what you last year do with the 10 million. So you're back to the drawing board. What are you doing with the 10 million now? 5 years.
Right. Back to the drawing board. 10 million. All right. On Grower. Where is Wissinko at?
On Grower.
Yeah, like what
You mean on mymoneyja.com?
My Money J. My apologies.
Where's Wissinko? That's what you said?
Yeah, price. Last traded.
Wissinko closed today. It ended today at $17.75.
Oh wow, that's good. That's not bad.
Not as bad, but I mean, if you bought it in May at $25, you might not be that
No,
happy.
that would be you'd be in tears. Definitely be in tears.
Maybe. I mean, the price
At the
is now-
moment, the price is down. That's how what percentage.
Down, but boy, down from what?
Well,
From the higher
let's say
last,
a hold from IPO, but based on
No.
the
Or it could be holding from before that big rise. Start of the year, you'd be fine. Don't know.
Yeah, if you're holding from 2018, then you're looking at 100% profit, but you'd have been looking at that level of profit for the last 2 years. So, I mean, why would you say not that that's bad? It depends on your whole goal and everything, and what you have in mind.
The point I'm making, stop doing that discounting. If a discount, you're not buying the stock for where it used to be. You're still looking in the past too much. So you're buying the stock for the next 5 years, not because it was up last year or down last year or last month or whatever. You're buying it for what you think is going to be in the next 5 years. So Wissinko, if you buy
and I
Wissinko now,
definitely think Wissinko will be beyond $17. Probably about well, its IPO was, what was the IPO price?
787 or something like that.
787.
I think 756.
All right. I'm trying to remember if they come out with any update about expansion or anything like that.
They have a
Or
big
any new
expansion.
contract.
They've been talking about their
Supply.
supply
warehouse.
chain. Yeah, they've talked about acquisitions, prospective and so on. I think then a couple months ago, maybe we mentioned that don't be surprised if you see them do an APO.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and their size, that's the kind of thing they're doing. 787. You're correct, Danai. The IPO that's $7.87 per share.
So it's already gone 100%. No, probably I need to stick to the junior market, you know.
Why?
that's not how it's done. But
Done. And you see,
yeah,
him go about the IPO price from where to now.
yeah.
When you ask him about 5 years from now, you're still doing the past thing, you know. Is why I did ask you what the things. All you check those. You tell me the price, and so I think all the things they check how they determine what
From there,
really
really.
make you say, boy, 5 years from now, what's going on? Is what this company will look like in my pocket.
I really need to do some more reading. That's what you guys telling me indirectly.
I don't know. I don't know what you read. That's the thing.
The
So
articles, the
the
news.
reading, not gonna read the thing. I don't know how much you know about this. I don't know how much you know about the company. So I read. Suppose you're reading articles that you already you read all them before. I'm not gonna necessarily help to determine that.
All right, I need to come to grow.
Why
I
that
would
much is
recommend
true,
it.
you know. Yeah, evermickle.com/GRWR. You can actually become dangerously good on the market if you learn just some of those principles. Dangerous on the market because you have a hell of an advantage, especially if you have real estate that is lien free. You said earlier, say you know where some money there. And assuming that you meant legal, you know you can go for it.
Of course, hey, come on,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah,
just go.
Randy, Adam will get bad doing them and all that.
What you mean?
Yes.
Like the man come in and talk against himself, then the man get up and tell we send you for the girl. That one never.
I think him seeing the sense behind it because you have a hell of an advantage. And let me cap my point about the real estate and the market. There's a lot of doubt in real estate. There's a lot of gap money wise in real estate, and a lot of times people don't realize the gap until they're in it. They never realize that the landlord game is an expensive game. But think about it: when you're in your rent house and something broke, you don't fix it. You don't fix it. You call the landlord. If the roof a leak, you call the landlord, right? If something happen, you call
Especially
the
if
landlord.
you rent it furnished.
Yeah, worse if you rent it furnished. Worse if you're in like a gated community. I'm not paying the association fees.
John Fee.
I'm paying my rent. The landlord handling that. I'm not handling the maintenance. The landlord. I'm not paying the property tax. The landlord handling that. I'm not paying the
Property
insurance.
tax is minuscule in most cases. But
Depending
okay.
on where you are, but you have to remember this when you're doing the investment. Every single dollar counts, and it coming out
Counts.
100% of the money you're getting. Remember this for me, you know. If a hurricane blow and tear off a piece of the roof, I'm not increasing my rent for that. My rent is my rent,
That's
right?
true.
So that's on
That
you.
is true.
And the cost to fix that increases the time to profit for you. What happens is that a lot of people don't realize that until they're in the real estate game. No, you own the house already. You have to pay it. A lot of people genuinely think, I see it on Twitter at least, and in conversations with people, a lot of people genuinely think, I'm going to buy a house, the mortgage
And
is
it
going
done
to
this.
be mortgage is gonna be 80 grand a month, and I'm gonna rent the place for 100 grand a month. If the mortgage is 80 grand a month, you're not, you can, the kind of place you can get for 80 grand mortgage, you can maybe rent it for 50. You're not going, the place you can get for a 300 grand mortgage, you can maybe rent it for 100, 200. There's always a gap there. And of course, then
And that's
people
why
say,
you end up putting up more of your old money just
yes,
to make sure the rent makes sense for the mortgage. And
yeah,
they don't count the fact that they put up the money. That's a big
Again,
deal.
where
That's put
real
down.
estate is concerned, going
That's an
about,
actual out of pocket investment.
I can tell you that there's some gems if you have cash in. Cash is
I
king
mean,
in most
yes, but
cases.
that doesn't make the space. That's the thing. There's a reason it's a gem.
yeah, man. I mean, you can buy it, but all if you buy a nice apartment right now, what then? You and me know it take long for it. Even if you have cash, it take long to get the house. It's not a next day thing.
Take about 6 months. And it makes no sense to me. You go in cash and it still take you 6 months.
You hear that?
It's silly.
6 months, and that's a quick thing. And I'm sure there's real estate people right now screaming at them phone, going, "No, I know I can do it in but you can't do it in 2 days."
Stamp office alone take 2 months.
Yeah,
Take
exactly.
it from.
You can't do it in 2 days. Like, I know people who are in the real estate thing seriously. It's a space I've been looking at in the way that I look. There's certain, that's another conversation, but there's something I've been looking at in certain ways, and even when it's done well, it takes time, and it's oftentimes what I find oftentimes that people go into it and then them realize how much it costs, and then them realize that they're upside down on a loan or on what they thought would work. The place look nice and you're handling it, and you have 2 apartments, but you're always broke. You never ever have no money.
That can be an issue.
Yeah, man, and
That's
piece of you
an issue for a lot of
piece
people.
of you pay cover the rest of the mortgage, and it gonna work out, but it might take 3 years before it work out. And if nothing happen in between that time,
Yeah, man, you're strapped for cash.
no, if you
If
do
you
it,
don't have some side hustles or some other business bringing in money,
mm-hmm.
it can leave you stranded
which is where the
because the money's tied up.
which is where the stock market comes in, where if you do the stock market right and integrate it with what you're doing, any hustle, not just real estate, but the real estate people, I often wonder why they do it. In fact, I find a lot of real estate people dream of the day when they'll be able to buy properties fully cash and not have to worry about the mortgage. And I cannot fathom
bro.
paying full cash for anything. Why?
Really?
Yeah, why?
You pay full cash for everything. Car, house, everything.
Why?
I think
I really think it is. I think it is. Because I don't really understand how this thing works certain ways.
Yeah, it's a lack of knowledge.
I don't really know. It's not really a city, don't know. It's actually investing, not stock market. Just actually the principles, knowing, this is how this works for me.
Exactly. It worked for me, and I'm like,
no.
It's been working for me. Let me stick.
That's fine. But then it stops working when I hear other things. The fact that we're having this conversation on stock market says enough.
Yeah, I mean, riding a bicycle to Portmore make perfect sense if you were walking before, But the second you go in a car, suddenly the bicycle not that much. It's not that great. It's great if you want to do it, but the second you know it, there's a better way out there, and I think that a lot
faster.
Of people,
let's not say better, faster way. Because I would do the bicycle for health reasons sometime, but okay.
That's cool. That's what I say. So you can do it if you want to, but
if you want,
yeah. But in terms of the investment, it's not necessarily the best way.
No.
And I just want more people to know that. So what I'll say is this: come grow, and when you come grow, just remind me that we had this conversation about the real estate, and I will.
I'm a messenger. I'm a messenger, and then I know.
Yeah, man. No problem.
All right.
Big up.
Yeah, man. Big up. Garden, big up. Pajama, big up.
All right, boss.
When I send out shout out to Swaby and Pajama, man, you're ruining Swaby image, You can't do that.
No, man. Respect Swaby, man.
The man PR opening, you can't do that. Anyway, big up, and thanks.
All right, my respect.
Chris Gold.
Randy and Danai, you can check out a company of mine, Credit Line Microfinancing.
Credit Line Micro, man, all I do ad. Thank you very much, sir.
Credit Line.
My respect.
Big up.
All right,
cool.
boss.
All right. Chris Gold, what's up?
Well, go on. Big up. You hear me properly?
Yeah,
you're in a good Chris Gold. What's good?
Walk on.
Cool. There. This is the first time I pull it up on the talk. I've been tuning in since probably February. Around February.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's shy.
Pardon?
You shy?
Shy body. Shy body.
I understand the feeling.
Understandable.
Big up. Welcome.
Glad to see you overcome. What's going on?
Well, I've been to grow, and we talk about one thing, and that's your goal. And for the longest while, I couldn't find out what my goal was. But I think that's because of greed, and then there is the skill set that you need to develop to actually reach your goal, depending on what your goal actually is. So right now, the goal in front of me is 100% in 6 months. And for that, I've been looking, and I've found some stocks. Always trying, failing, trying again, gain some, lose some. And now I'm looking at Purity.
Well, hold on. I could just slow it down a little bit. First of all, you say you're looking at 100% profit in 6 months.
6 months.
Right.
Just right off the bat, you know how difficult that is, right?
Difficult.
All right. So you're not even talking about you're not even talking about the earnings season coming up. You're talking about the earnings season after that, the end of the next earnings season, maybe. Because you're talking about what? 6 months from
6
now brings
months.
us to what?
Which I know in November.
April.
So for May.
April, May.
So
Yeah.
it's the November earnings season, then February, then May.
Yeah, but I'm actually using this earning season as a sort of milestone
What do you mean?
because what I've seen from Purity is that they've been in loss from 2019 all the way up until last year, and I realized that for the past 2 quarters they started making profits again. I want to know why.
What did you find?
Well, what I've seen so far from their annual reports is that they say they made strategic decisions and got new brand lines like Miss Birdie. I even dug a little deeper and realized that they have around three different brands. So the company is consolidated bakeries, and they have three different brands. But most of us know it as Purity.
Correct. And they also have Miss
Mhm.
Birdie.
Yeah.
So they did that
And
thing that some companies do. At one point that was like the height of innovation. The companies consolidated bakeries, but them ticker is Purity. You know, the company is Caribbean Cream, but the ticker is Creamy. And then along came Eddie Focal, and the ticker is Learn, and the bar kind of got lifted. So you make it clear that they have different lines. The company's in Purity, but Purity is their biggest line. And you said that in their annual report, them tell you that they do what to start making the money?
they said they increase marketing, and they didn't say exactly what they did, probably because they don't want the competition to know what they did. But they made
Because they are in a heavily competitive
Very
industry,
competitive.
including one of their biggest competitors who is also listed, and that's who is that?
This is GK.
No, but them can't compete with GK. I mean, I'm sure they do in some regards, but their close competitor is. I thought you'd know if you love this thing.
I'm shocked over here actually. I'm actually probably shocked.
Yeah, man.
Stop for how good word this though.
Take a moment, man, and breathe. Because if you don't grow, you know how I approach it. You know how I analyze things. If you know Purity, you need to know who their biggest competition is. Who is their biggest competition?
I haven't checked that out.
Word,
Yeah.
brother. This 100%
You
in
don't
6
stay.
months
You
thing.
don't stake everything on Curate already.
Yeah, 100% in 6 months is not a joke goal, you know, brother. So you have to be on top of things if you're going to do that. On top of things mean you have to know who them biggest competition is.
Mm-hmm.
Still no idea?
No, not really. So one thing that I did do, like just today.
No, before you even do that, what them sell? You said them biggest brand is Purity, and they also have Miss Birdie and a couple other things, right?
Yeah.
What is that actually?
So that would be like bread, baked goods, crackers. So what I was going to say is that I went into the supermarket today and I realized that I saw Miss Birdie items beside National and Honey Bun. So Honey Bun probably would be a competitor for them since Honey Bun is listed.
You must know that, and you can see it clear. Purity have a sugar bun.
They have a sugar-free bun.
Well, okay. Which means they probably have a sugar bun also. Purity have a Honey Bun have a sugar bun.
I think so.
So you know the competition is there right away, right? Cool. So I just wanted you to immediately be thinking about the actual market that they're in, right? So you know Honey Bun is up against them. I know I was asking you, why is it that they how did they make the greater money that you said they made? And you said they probably didn't want to say it because of competition. So I'm pointing out that they are truly, I'm supporting your point actually, but I didn't realize I might have been supporting it a little better than you. So the point I was making was that they are truly in heavy competition because one of their biggest competitors is also listed, Honeybun, and if you listen to us, like you said, from the time you listen to us, I think maybe a month or two ago, I made a joke to deny that. Maybe the last earnings season, I made a joke to deny that Honeybun and Purity seem to be very they're like opposite sides of the coins. Both of them don't seem to be able to win at the same time.
If one of the next one down.
Yeah, man. Honeybun last 3 years, increase in profit. Purity's last 3 years, increase in losses. Purity switched this year, and for the first 2 quarters, as you pointed out, the profit has been higher. And Honeybun has reported 3 quarters so far, and the last 2 would cover January to June.
Yeah.
And during that time when Purity has had an increase in profits, Honeybun has had, for the last 2 quarters, a decrease in profits for both quarters, January to June. So that's Q2 and Q3. So just forming more of a image of the actual industry and the space in which you're talking, which is the sort of thing you want to do if you're actually approaching 100% goal in 6 months. It's a difficult thing. This is the reality of the market. This is the analysis. So I helping you to paint a picture.
Okay.
So now you know what them do. You know who them heavy competitors are. Why exactly is Purity's share price going to fly all the way from $2.85 to $5.70 by May next year?
Okay, so finding out exactly, well, not exactly, but having a good idea of what they've been doing, and if it's something that's sustainable, they would, well, people drive share price. And personally, I'd want to know how people value Purity as a company and how they value Purity as a stock. What I did see was like a very stark increase in share price from about $1 something all the way up to $3 within the past like year or so. So obviously people correlate profits to share price or value of a company and would want to buy higher and higher. So I want to know at what price people would actually, or I want to know at what profit people would actually want to say buy Purity at, how much is it now, like $2.85 or $3 or something like that.
It closed at $2.85.
Right. I want to see what Purity would do to make someone want to buy it at $5.07. Well, $5.70.
Well, why would you buy it at $5.70?
Yeah.
Why would I buy it at $5.70? Increase in revenue in some way while they decrease their cost of goods sold, or operations costs, or
so if it go by $1, if the revenue go by $1 and the all those costs go by 50 cents, it's good.
Yeah, because they're making profit.
So it's really an increase in profit that you're looking for.
Right.
And if the profit go by 50 cents, you're good.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If the expenses are...
I'm actually asking what you're saying. I'm actually asking my question. If the profit only goes up by 50 cents, so $1 million become $1 million and 50 cents. You think it will double?
Double?
Yeah, because you're looking for a double here, but you sound very vague.
The maths in my head.
No, not even that alone. You're saying, boy, what would make it happen? If revenue go up and profit go up,
right?
By how much? What we're really expecting happening here? Because the thing is, Randy's asking the things that you saw in Purity that led you to say Purity will be the thing, and then it sounds like you're still choosing Purity. What's going on there? Like you're not really... You're answering the question of why you've chosen Purity with more questions. You
Just
ever
trying
saying?
to direct my own thoughts. Yeah, I'm trying to direct my own thoughts.
Yeah, man. Take your time and breathe, man.
So,
No pressure. It's not
cool.
an
So, yeah,
exam.
run through it.
Take your time.
You've already chosen purity, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, take your
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yeah,
Take
so
your time.
tell us those things. So, no, yourself, man. Tell us actual things you saw in purity that would say, yeah, man, I'll buy it for this because I think it'll go to this.
Okay. So they have two things coming within the month. They have their AGM, and I'd love to be at that AGM and hear what their discussion is around how they've done in the past, like what they've done. Enough information that they can give of how they've done things in the within the past year, and know whether or not if it's something that is sustainable or maybe it isn't. So I'd have to choose something else if it doesn't,
When
if
is the
it isn't in
AGM?
line with my goal.
When is
The
the AGM?
AGM is November 8th. November 8th.
Where did you see that, by the way?
I saw that on the Every Mickle calendar. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. So November 8th. So that's next week, Tuesday.
Yeah, next week Tuesday.
So you haven't really chosen purity yet.
I'm in, but I'm not in with
Wait.
conviction.
You mean November 9th,
That's
actually.
So yeah, is the 9th?
November 9th. November 9th, correct, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're not even conviction.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're in it? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've chosen the thing you haven't chosen. Why I felt the need to jump in?
Go again?
Why did you feel the need to jump in before you actually decide say this is the thing that you need to that'll get you to where you need to go?
To me, it looked low at the time. To the
Low,
85.
nice, but then there's always a lower, and this is 1 cent to buy it for. And even then,
You see, no, what you see, it's you see those points you're making, because I hear them all the time. I see them all the time, and some groups I see them. I hear them in conversations in real life. This look good. That look great. Yeah, man, the price low. Yeah, that a big discount, a bargain. That's so nice, It's another matter when your money on the line, and if you can't say clearly.
me buy it because me think it'll double because somebody will buy it because this thing is attractive enough at that price.
Yeah, man.
Right.
That's the
What's
stage
good
of
at
the market that we're
570?
in.
That somebody will buy it for 570.
That's the stage of the market that we're in, and it's a stage of the market that we have been in for a good little while now. Where is not the thought that bring us there. It's the sensible points. It's the actual thinking. It have to make sense for you to. I mean, you don't have to make sense for you to do it. You can put your money in it, but you're gonna find out the hard way, right? That's a lot. That's the people who are still wondering why JMB share price not going up. That's the
Them
people
own
that
it.
want.
Them have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah, that you want to move away from that. It's not the nice talk that does. It's not the nice thought that does. This thing is the actual sensible thing. It's the actual sensible. For years I've been talking about it. Is actual analysis. This is what actual analysis looks like, and it only makes sense if it ends in profit. And that's why so many people struggle with actual analysis. Because they don't know how to make profit. They're not good at it. They don't know how to do it. And like you said, the market is down. The market is only really down. You didn't say that. I put in that on Dr. Real Estate from earlier. But the market is only down if the things you're in are down. And then I don't think I didn't even realize that the market was considered to be down right now. You knew the market was down, Danai?
No.
Yeah, it's just you have to actually have the actual answers for the things that you're looking for, and not the sound good answers. I'm talking, and I remember Danai. You remember when early April, when JMB flew to 52 because people heard what they wanted instead of what was said. And we said then that don't worry, it's going right back down to where it always is. So we're right back down to that APO price, 36.57.
Don't struggle worse now.
36.57. How many months ago is that? 6 months ago. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm pointing that out, Listira, because 6 months ago you could have made another 6 months decision. And if you're going off just what sounds good, it's cheap, the possible profits of a company, you could find yourself having gone into JMB 6 months ago, and it would not have been a bad decision on the basis that you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, look on JMB's profit from then. The quarters, oh my God, man, the profit looked beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality of the actual share price is what we predicted, and is what we actually still predicted. So 6 months later, you'd have been down. You'd have, Jesus, if you'd buy it at 53.11. How much is that, Danai?
Actually, I haven't checked. I thought
Yeah, if it bought
Okay.
at 53.11, because
I going
you're
worse
sure
and
that
worse.
there's gonna be the share buyback, you'd be my God, 68. Only 68% of your money would be left, or 69 if you want to round it up.
Fundamental loss.
Yeah, that would be a fundamental loss. Anyway, it's a good example of why the good sounding things don't necessarily mean profit. You know how it goes. You've done growth, so you've heard me talk again and again about the reality of getting to profit in the market and what it takes. And it's not the things that the old guard has been saying. It's not the thing that the typical people have been saying. It's the things that actually work. It's why Dana and I can come here every week and talk confidently, and our portfolios reflect it. It's why Dana's customers can. It's why the people at the grower can do it. So you know the thing. You know how to approach it. Approach it the right way, man. And don't take this. I mean, remind me. I don't remember if you said it. Is your money in purity already or not?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah, my money is in purity.
Ooh. Yeah, at least in profit.
I'm actually around. Yeah, no, I'm actually at a loss right now by much percent.
That means you bought it at the start of October.
October? No, not October. I bought it more recent.
Like this week, right? Or last
Yeah,
week?
Oh, you bought it like
this
yesterday?
I bought yesterday and bought before too.
Oh, so you averaged up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually, I have it down because I did see it at 285. So I'm around 305. Yeah. So $3.05 is my average.
So you're actually looking for $6.10 in profit.
Yeah.
$6.10 to get to the profit you want. And you know, actually, you need more than that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're not getting there. But I'm worried when you don't have an answer to tell me why you got there. Or why you expect to get there, you get me?
Yeah, yeah. All right, so here was one thing that I was considering. They've had losses each quarter for the last year, except for Q1. They were actually in profit for Q1, but they had a profit margin. Well, for Q1 of this year and Q2 of this year, have a profit margin for around 4%. Yeah, 4%, I think. And in comparison to Q3 of last year, if they have a profit margin of 4% again this year, I think that the market will react just as positively as they would have before.
Were you aware of that profit margin before you bought?
No, I actually checked it out earlier today.
So you bought before you knew about the profit margin. What was the thing in your mind that made you think, let me buy this now?
Yeah, that.
Because it's
That's the
gonna
thing that I say.
double.
If I buy this, I mean, it's for 106 months from Purity, right?
Yeah.
So what made it say in 6 months' time I'll be able to sell this for 310
All right.
or
So
610?
for 610. So
Yeah.
their end of year is in December, and they would have to report that around 60 days after that. So that would be like February, March. They have to report that, and if they're reporting, they have to be reporting against something. And the year prior to that, they had they were well for the 3 years prior to that they've been at a
Losses.
loss.
Correct.
Yeah, what I did see though, I just remember this, is that since year thus far, so Q1 and Q2, they're already 70% up um, from last year in their what? Let me check.
Share price.
They're 70%, no, not only the share price, but also their income,
Their
their revenue.
income. The revenue you say is up 70% versus. I mean, yes, that is true. Year to date, the revenue is at 720 million. Um, and I'm calling everything revenue. Their official revenue from their main things in 6 months is up to, 720, and compared to 532, so them find an extra 200 million in revenue.
Right. So that's just Q1 and Q2. So anticipating what Q3 would do, and then if Q3 reacts the same way as Q1 and Q2, I would expect that Q4 would do the same. And for the next year, they want to like maintain that growth or increase that growth.
What
I've
what are we
also
talking about?
seen
The growth in profit?
growth in profits. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're
So,
thinking that the market might react positively, setting the share price up 100% over the next
right.
six
Right.
months. How are you factoring, or well, you still not telling me why was that you bought it? What were you thinking when you bought it? Not the thing that you put in after that. Before you bought it, and you're thinking, yo, this is going to double. What were you thinking?
All right. So what I did see again in the annual report was that they mention it up multiple times where they have strategic plans for the future, and like in the first parts, I think it's the first page of their annual report. They barely mentioned something about expansion and improving the local distribution network and export. So that goes back to my previous points about them increasing revenue uh in whatever ways they have they vaguely spoke about it's from expansion in distribution and export. So both locally and abroad.
But I want to show you a style. Every single distribution company said that.
Fox.
Every single
All
one.
right.
If you check
That's
Careers,
why
Careers is a marketing and distribution company, a strong one, older than all of us. Um, and every year them tell you about the same thing. They're doing their route to market efficiencies. And it's not that they're not doing it, because the truth is distribution is not a set in stone thing. The market changes, the island where people are change, the spend of people changes, and so you have to update your distribution to match that. And I'm not saying that that's not what Purity has done, but
all right.
you feel how light a thing that is.
Yeah, so that's why my interest is in the AGM and what they would
What we
say
expect from
around
that?
that. Yeah.
You're staking a double of AGM and you're not really sure. You don't have, you just, it's like you're waiting on to say something, but you're not really sure you're waiting on to hear, to say.
Clear enough. means of their expansion. They barely mention it, and I'd want to know more of what they have in store in regards to their expansion.
But you buy already. You get you see
Yeah,
my
so what I
word?
say? Like,
Yeah.
suppose them don't say those things, what happens then? And why would you buy before you think those things? So you actually expect those things.
I am
Actually, I'm not.
expecting them. I am expecting them. If I don't see it,
Not
I
those.
exit.
But then those things don't make sense. I think because what are the things? You're clearing up what that means. Clearing up sounds like I don't really know what I'm going to say. I don't mean real expectation. I think they just talk about something. But suppose I'm buying one corner shop, like they add $5,000 to them pocket. It really what exactly is thinking expansion going to be? What are we trying
Okay.
for you?
So they have. Okay, I don't know how many bakeries they have or how many factories they have.
And you put the money in already?
Double the boss.
Yeah.
You put the money in and you say
you
the money
get the
must
point?
double.
You get the point? You see this doubling
Yeah, I
thing?
get the point.
You
Yeah,
see this doubling thing?
get the information first. Get the information first, and then put my money in. If
Yeah, man.
it is
Hard, man. I continue, but I want you to understand this because it's a good callback to a conversation that we've had on Brick Talk before. The most dangerous thing that could happen to you right now
accidental profits.
is that Purity double in the next 3 months. Jesus. In the next month. Because you are going to be blind sure that you knew it was gonna double and so you bought it. And I'd be happy for you because I don't want people to lose money.
You make the money.
But it's like being blind sure. So I see 2 Chinaman yesterday. So they must play Chinaman in a cash pot. And when you buy Chinaman in a cash pot and it play in a cash pot, nobody can tell you say nobody know for sure. I catch the rate there fully. It's accidental profit. All right. Now, if suppose Purities, I want to be clear here because I know people listening and watching. Suppose Honeybun actually had some distribution or raw material issues over the last 6 months, and that caused production to be lower. And while there's and so they had issues with staff. Again, I am saying this hypothetically. I do not know that that's what happened. I don't know that. I'm just saying that hypothetically. That's my disclaimer. But suppose that happened, and as a result, because Honeybun contracted, Purity immediately expanded and took up the market space. Suppose Honeybun fix them thing now and come hard for the Christmas. Them come hard this quarter and hard for the Christmas. And as a result, Purity go back to they regress to the mean. They go back to the years where they are. In fact, they make a loss. Them start lose sales and they put money on the expectation of greater sales. So the 4% margin that you mentioned cut down to a 3% loss. And then of course, people see that and the shares start to drop quick and fast. What would you do? Because you're already at a loss and it only takes 600,000 units or $1.4 million roughly to send the share price back down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do then?
I'd have to exit.
You're comfortable. I mean, if it dropped to 2, the only exits, assuming that the queue remains the same, it wouldn't. But the only exits below that are 180 and 162. I mean, you see how quickly you could be. You see how quickly you could be looking at a wicked loss if you bought, as you said, at 306. Exiting at 180 is deadly.
True.
Yeah, that's the sort of thinking you have to bring. You have to think about how dangerous that is. In my case, let that fear drive you to be as sure as you can be about the play. You've heard me preach time and time again about the importance of that. But yeah, the 100% goal is a wicked goal in 1 year. It's a wicked goal in 2 years. It's a wicked goal in 3 years. In 6 months, it's bad. It is a really, really, really hard goal to get to. And get to deliberately, and you do not want to be trying at it without every single angle covered. You make me start worry from asking who them competitor was, you know. But I suspect they're just nervous.
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm almost certain we've spoken. I'm certain we've spoken in that space where Honeymoon was mentioned. So yeah,
So you have to,
I'll be to forgive that one. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's all not sure enough about purity for the level of return that you expect in the time you're expecting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. The most
Because
dangerous thing is if you. Sorry, go ahead, Danai. Sorry.
Yeah, because the things you're looking for, you just really don't know what they are. That's probably. That's a wicked problem to have. You buy it, more this give me the money, and I have no idea what this thing's supposed to do to give me the money.
True.
Yeah. And outside of the fact that I think a major factor, you didn't say it, but I always try to look in, purity has gone up more than 100% from the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And so people often think, well, it go up 100%, it have... the proof of it being able to go up 100% is that it has gone up 100% already. A lot of people think that way. That's also a dangerous way to think. And then they attach other things around it. And that can be devastating to your portfolio, to your money. So you want to be as sure as you can about the thing. And yeah, man, nothing should be happening to you as a surprise on the market. So it has gone up 100% since the start of the year, more than 100%. What do you think is a cause for that?
People see the increase in profits, especially as a contrast into the previous year's profits, like the same period last year.
And when did that start happening?
That started happening around, let me see.
I can tell you, early September, late August, early September, a little after the second quarter report came out. So understand that you hear me say the market is slow. The market remains slow. It kind of speed up a little now, but it's still slow. And this is a market of fearful people. People need to see it done before them bet on whether or not it could be done. And it's after they say the second quarter made as an increase in purity, then you start seeing the share price going up. So the share price has stayed at that like 120 level literally until late August, early September. So the question is, what are people going to say? And again, I'm not saying you're wrong. You get me? People could see it and then realize it in Q3 after the Q3 results come out, or Q4 after the full year results come out. And then you get another 100% on top of this, if not more. But if you get there accidentally, you'll never be able to repeat it. It's just like winning cash pot one day. You can't really repeat it if you don't have a real method. So to me, I'm not saying that Purity couldn't do it. Purity could do it.
I just have to know what the reasons.
Yeah, man. I could see Purity do it. I could see it fundamentally look like it have a high PE ratio. I could see the PE falling down into the 30s and the 20s if they report strongly. And then I could see the market responding to that. But would I risk my money on just that basis? Probably not. I would need to know, just like you said, or have a very good idea about why their profits increased over the last 6 months. What shifted?
Right.
Yep.
So where would I find something like that?
Say that again?
Where would I find that kind of information?
Well, you
What
know
kind of
that.
information?
You've done
Well, no,
grow.
man.
You have
I'll
an
rewind.
idea.
Wait.
You need to look at the company. You look in the results. You know the places that I say. You know the things to look for. And you're going to have to paint a picture. Yeah. So there's loads of places to find it. I don't know. Call Purity and ask them, hey, how come they start make money now? Maybe they will tell you.
Straight up.
You know what I tried doing too? I tried going on their website, but at one point it was sending me to some dead link to see what their products were. That's how I found out they have 3 instead of 2, because I knew about Miss Birdie, and I knew about Purity itself.
What's the third one?
The third one is Hearty Goodness.
Hearty Goodness. What about Vibes?
Yeah.
Or is that under the Hearty Goodness brand?
I thought I never saw Vibes.
Vibes is actually a Miss Birdie Vibes bar, but Purity don't send any money my way for this marketing, so so I won't talk about that. What I'll say is I would look strongly at the things that are happening and why I would expect the share price to go. I'm not saying that it's not gonna happen. We know results are due soon, right? Results are due in what? 1 week and 3 days.
Yeah, by November 14th.
And it might come out early, so who knows? But results very rarely impact the share price, especially in the near term. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. What's your backup?
Okay.
Or you don't have a backup?
My backup is Fesco.
Whew. And what you think is gonna happen for Fesco by May?
By May they have two stations that they're building currently. That should be the first one should be open in December. I think that's the Ultra-Race one, and then by March the Clarendon one, I think it's Chapelton or something like that, should be open again. So that's that two more stations. That's increasing revenue in my eyes. Increasing revenue, and that's the price arise. They might make them profit margin. So I expect them are going to increase on their income and in their profits.
And so the share price is gonna fly to I hate saying fly to $10.26.
It could. It's been to 8 before, and I don't remember what was the reason for that. Why it did went to 8. It went to 8. But I know that they've also said that they plan to increase their total stations by about not by about, they want around 22 by sometime in 2023. And they're at 17.
I mean, that stuff is good enough, but
yeah,
does it really matter? When they were at 8,
people love.
When they were at $8 per share, in March when they went as high as $8.49. How many gas stations did they have?
I don't remember.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The nice fancy reasons won't get you there, and you know that. There's the real reasons that will get you there. I'm not knocking those 2 stations or whatever. I'm sure the company continues to be healthy and make significant profits. The profit performance still even continues to increase versus the previous year. So there's no question. In 1 quarter, Fesco is already at half of last year's profit. 1 quarter.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy.
True.
So the profit continues to increase, but I don't think that matters. Year to date, the share price is up nicely year to date. It started the year at 288 and is currently at 513. That's also a nice rise, but that's almost 100% rise, 78% rise, but it's down in comparison to that 849 in early March. So the question is, what is gonna send it back up there and higher? I remember say you're expecting them to be over $10.
So 6 months from now,
Yeah.
what happens in that time that makes somebody buy for that?
They've also, like, from the start, from IPO, they've been talking about, is it LNG or LPG, liquid natural gas. They've also been talking about natural.
Stop fishing.
The my thing is, if you want 100%, you can't jump for something I'm talking about from IPO.
Oh,
And you can't throw it out there for throwing it out there sick. You can't get up and say, boy, all right, I'm not really, the things I was talking about before, and I really do it. So I'm gonna find this other thing I know is spoken about and hope to God it sounds enough that Randy and then I agree with me on this thing.
Yeah, man, that only sound good on the business news, man. Strong balance sheet. That don't mean nothing in real life. It means something in real life, but it don't mean nothing in real life.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think the strongest thing you need to get there, because it's not a guessing game.
Yeah.
I think the strongest thing, at least I could say to you here, is that you have. I love that you do your research on the things, but actually do them. Actually follow the methods. You've done grow, as you say, so you know how I approach it. You know how structured it is, and you know why. I think you know why it works because you've seen it work. And if not, I mean, you've done grow, so you know how to reach me to ask about it. But yeah, don't give in to the accidental profit. And if you make the profit, like I say, you need to go and investigate why you made the profit, how you made the profit. Don't just take the accidental profit and be sure. Say, yeah, man, I didn't know. Don't catch a rake. Actually catch the understanding of the thing.
Got you.
Yeah, man. I mean, I hope that's been instructive for you. I don't expect that. I really thought you're going to come and drop. Not that what you've said isn't good, but I want you to not get there accidentally. Next in line we'll have Sir Swaby, who's been waiting a good little while. Sir Swaby, what's up? Long time the people don't hear from you in the space, so I'll go on.
What's good, Gordon?
Gordon?
Greetings, gentlemen. Yeah. I was near to my phone. Then I walk on right there.
Not much.
Good man.
Bring up in company same time.
Straight up.
Bring up in company same time. How's things going, Learn, boss?
I've been on vacation,
Word. How's vacation been? Vacation is important, actually. How's vacation been?
I mean, when I was on vacation, I came to a realization that we're all in sales.
Right. Let me hear that.
So that's my new kind of philosophy.
Oh, just
we're all in sales. Let me explain what I mean. To be honest, I mean, to be frank, to be 100% honest. Well, I was joking. I definitely was not on vacation. I just head down. But I went to this event recently with a friend of mine, prominent lawyer. Well, not a prominent lawyer, but you know,
I'm gonna hear that one day now.
Great law firm.
So I'm not prominent. That's
no. He's prominent, but that's wrong. That's not the word I was looking for, right?
Gotcha.
But I mean, I spend a lot of time around other entrepreneurs, right? Or people who are entrepreneurial minded, and I really never really thought of lawyers as entrepreneurial. Anyway, my very good friend, this was my first time spending time with him in a foreign country in a different context. And I realized that he was at this foreign event with me. This was F1, by the way.
Yeah, man,
so
drop
he
it
was...
on the people, man. Got you.
No, man, just listen. It's really funny. So he's at this event. He's at this event. I mean, I was really just taking a break. And, I saw him in his element because he's a big F1 fan. I know nothing about F1. I just tagged along because, he asked me to, and, I had a great time. But I just tagged along, and the man had his business cards, and he was networking, and he explained to me his concept, behind getting, new clients. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy, because I never really thought about the fact that lawyers actually have to hunt to get clients into their law firm, especially as a partner, and how things are set up if you're a partner. Right, it's a different kind of setup. I'm like, yo, that's I have a lot of respect, but I rate that. Like everybody is actually entrepreneurial, and everybody's hunting for opportunity. Whether you're an equity investor, it's like we're all in sales, and if you think about the different facets of sales, research, right? Following through. We're all in sales, right? Even relationships, right? It's it's all in sales. Maybe that's a little bit philosophical.
Your wife here, you said that a while ago?
No, she's busy doing other things. But
smart.
No, let me explain. Let me just provide some clarity on that one. I mean, if you're courting a woman, in the case of a man, right? You're courting a woman, it's the same facet, like it's the same principle. You're trying to close this romantic flame, right? So, we're always working and we're always in sales, and sales skills are valuable for everybody, regardless of the industry that you're in. So, I thought I'd share that insight. What do you think? You agree with me?
Because I know you so well, I am afraid to agree with you, because I know I'm agreeing to something I'm agreeing to some other conversation that I don't know about that I'm going to hear.
No, there's no.
It's when you agree on Gordon, my wife message you.
No, listen, there's nothing else to it really. It's just take it for what it is, Randy. Don't overread. Don't overthink the situation.
Are we all in sales? I think to an extent, yeah, and the salespeople definitely take that. At the end of the day, we're all in a value game, and the idea is that if you're going to get any value, you have to sell the person giving you the value on the benefit of giving you. So like you say, in a relationship, you have to sell your prospective partner on the value of being in the relationship with you, and they have to sell you on the on the value of being in the relationship with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And even in this, you hear me talking to people about their stocks. It's me asking them, why is the thing going to be what you expect? It's really just a value conversation again. And you're right, lawyers, especially top lawyers, they eat what they kill. They have to go to go and find it. And sometimes it might be harder for them, because it's not like, recently changed, at least in Jamaica, but there are rules around how they can even advertise. So they don't have the same options as the rest of us, right? They can't, as they say, they're not allowed to ambulance chase. So them can
absolutely
wait till something happens and then, hey, I know you're bleeding right now, but here's my card. They can't do that. So you're right. I think in many ways we are in sales, in that we have to sell our value, or
absolutely,
or not, or lose out by not selling, or buy other value. Yeah. No, this is the part where you tell us what did you just get me to agree to?
Nothing at all. Again, I think you're overthinking it. It's just sometimes you get some insight and you're like, yo, this is really great insight, even though it's not like life changing. It's just pondering on certain things. But that was refreshing for me. A different experience and
seeing a good idea and a good business.
Yeah, man, give me a new energy, a new thrust. I'm like, yeah, man, I like that. But I'm logged in. Moving on, I'm logged into my portfolio right now. Randy, mymoneyja.com. Big up mymoneyja.com. And I'm seeing 5 securities in there.
5.
One of them, 5. Yeah, man. One is I'm up 169.89%. Another, I'm up 40.84%. Another 42.32%. And then I'm down on 2, 17.96% on one, and 20.67% on the other. I mean, nobody wants to log into their portfolio, and see that big red, signaling of the portfolio that this, that particular stock is down. So
it might be, who knows? Some people might. There are times when I'm happy when I see a stock down.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy when I own it and it's down. I mean, obviously I can always dollar cost average, but really, in a perfect world, I want to log into my portfolio and see all green. So
not for me, Let me show you another side of the coin. There are times when I love going in and I see something down, because it means that the market has not seen the value of the thing yet, and it gives me an opportunity to continue.
I may be right on time for that, though.
Yeah, man.
That raises a great point, Randy. You know what I think that great point is? That I may not have had a great sense of conviction around those picks because maybe if I did, I'd be buying more of it because the market don't see what I see.
Almost certainly.
So
And if you logged in and saw them red, and you
yeah,
truly have that heavy conviction, you'd be happy and throwing more money into them.
absolutely right. So there's a lesson there, right? There's a big lesson there, and it ties back into the conversation that you were having with one of the previous callers about accidental profit, right? If you know what you're doing, you're either going to sell or double down. Well, maybe that's not the approach, but if I do have a great sense of conviction around the upside, the potential upside of these securities, then maybe I should not be looking at it from a negative point of view. So you're right. You're right. Maybe I should change my mindset on it. But
yeah, man,
yeah,
you
man.
really are. You want to tell what the two down are? Because that might be a good point in line with what we talking about. Which one of them are? Tell the first of the two. Let's see.
I mean, I can tell you both.
Well, tell us the first one first. GK is one you're down on.
GK.
How much you down on GK?
20.67%.
Ooh, you're not. You really don't have a conviction because GK.
I mean, big.
Yeah, is the other one JMB?
Yeah. No, the other one is actually MIL.
Word, Mayberry.
Yeah,
you have two very interesting ones. Why? What? Well, I always ask, what's your goal? What was your goal when you're buying GK? When you plan to cash in on it or benefit from the value of it?
So GK, I'm trying to be mindful about how I say this.
Yeah, that's right. Play that game. Remember that you are listed and the standard is higher for listed company CEOs.
Right. But I mean, I'm not talking about learning this particular case. But
I'm aware, but I'm just putting it out there clearly so nobody misconstrues anything.
I mean, nobody should be logging into their bank account and seeing money that is not being put to use, right? And I believe in money working, and for me, GK is one of my few main market plays, right? But it's a main market play that I made with the intention, if I'm being completely honest, of actually holding for Alexander, right?
Oh, so it's for your kid. All right, that's smart.
Yeah, so to be honest, I mean, I actually don't really feel any way about GK, and I'm going to be buying more GK soon. And will continue to buy into the future. It's one of those stocks that I have a sentimental connection to, the company in particular. I use GK products heavily, and I do follow the company closely. So, interest rates are up, main market stocks taking a beating, including GK. That may not be one of the factors, but point is, I continue to buy GK, even with it being down.
Even with it being down, you see, you're right. Man. It's a mindset thing, because you're saying even.
I actually have, man. I actually have been buying GK. It's not an issue for me. Like, I actually went in, knowing that the possibility is there that within a year that it may go down, considering the environment that we're operating in. And there are other plays, that I would have made that I exited fully. I made a lot of money from. So
Let me use that. Let me use an analogy for you. Or an analogous. Oh, Jesus! I'm losing my language. I'll use a parallel sort of situation. SVL. Mm-hmm. I'm not down on it, or am I? I may actually be down on SVL now. But if I am, I'd be buying a whole lot more. Why?
I'm up 40% on SVL.
Congrats! Are you buying more?
Nice.
No, I haven't bought. I have not been buying more.
That's also another thing, Gordon. People have a strong reaction, the same reaction to two opposite things.
Yeah, man.
He got up, me now go buy. He got up, me now go buy.
Yeah. Fair enough. I've been buying a lot of Edufocal. I put a lot of money in Edufocal this year. So.
Me too.
Up or down, buying. Yeah, man, just buying. Buying too. For Alexander too.
But I want you to go back to that. Go back to GK.
Yeah.
And you're thinking that you're putting it for Alex. Let's go one step better. So he's not just leaving it for Alex. When you want Alex, get it. When you want Alex, what you want him do with it? Realistically, you jump far into the future. What you want him do with it?
So Randy, it goes back to my philosophy about money not sitting idle. I obviously wouldn't want him to liquidate and do nothing with the cash. I would want him to deploy it to create more opportunities for himself.
All right, well, just pick something that you think he'd be doing in the future that the GK could help him with.
When the money going to him, how old is he?
Fixed 18.
So what should when he's 18? Why is he getting money at 18?
I mean, he's legally an adult at 18, and
Yeah, so why is he getting the money?
That's when I no longer have to be on his bank account. He's no longer a minor.
So he's
right
now, yeah, man. So
he can actually
18-year-old
can actually
Alex,
trade on his own and so on and so forth.
Yeah, 18-year-old Alex, uptown, rich kid.
Well, I don't know about uptown rich, but
what do you mean? You know, the funny thing is, I used to joke about that from a little and growing up. Now I'm older.
Yeah.
You think
and rich? I mean, you're rich, and Dana is rich. I wouldn't say that.
Well, if you say we're rich, you know.
If you
say we're rich, you know where you are. But nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying here is, that's the goal. Of course, who would want the kid to grow up and not be a rich kid? What's the alternative? Poverty?
Yeah. I mean, it's that's a whole other
complain
conversation.
about that one.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation, but it's linked to the same thing. So what I'm saying here is, right, so Alex, 18 years from now, grow up as a rich kid. So if they will go through the same sort of struggle as you, him not run up and down at the dirt of Cristiano, only when him go visit him grandparents, right? And him now coming to him money, whether I want to take it and buy a Porsche or buy a Porsche dealership is up to him.
Mm-hmm.
How much money you want him? Let's say him decide that he want a Porsche. I would think you'd want him to have enough money that even if he's going to be a little frivolous with some right now, it's not going to hurt him for the rest of his life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So how much money you think he should have at 18 from the GK portion?
Yep.
I mean, you want me to speak to specifics?
I saying it no, and I realize asking you that just tell me something you think him could have
exactly.
buy. Tell me something you think him could have buy, and it won't hurt him if you do it right.
I mean, if I do it right, if we do it right, which is my wife and I, not me. If we do it right, I mean, he could buy an apartment complex cash.
And still not be hurt. Still have enough money put down for
yeah, man. And I say, you realize me say apartment complex.
Yeah, man.
I
heard on YouTube.
Loud and clear, man. That's fine.
Yeah. More importantly, Alex is watching this in the future. Alex, remember what your father said. You remember?
I actually write him. I write him email. So
he's going to
maybe I'll write him
he's going to listen to this. So listen to what Daddy said here. He's leaving at least apartment complex spending money for you. Right.
Yeah, man.
If he does,
and the alternative here is that you could build an apartment complex and obviously benefit from the appreciation. But you know what? I feel like the stock market is a better play, specifically the Jamaican stock exchange.
I suspect it will be also. I suspect
man,
it
I
will
feel
be
such a great sense of conviction around that. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. I agree with you. So, because I don't want to go into numbers, specifics, I want you to think, however, that if you truly believe that GK is gonna help him buy. Like maybe even just the GK dividends might help him buy the apartment complex 18 years from now. You probably shouldn't be feeling bad when you see the red on GK. You should be thinking, more money.
To be clear though, Randy, and because I am a perpetual advocate, while the GK shares will allow him to buy an apartment complex, the Eddie Focal shares should be able to allow him to buy a small island. So that's.
So Alex can buy a Lime Key and put an apartment complex.
No, Neka, you're aiming too low. Neka from Branson.
Word. All right. I believe in it. Alex, I hope you do it. I hope you watch this in the future. I hope you do it. Invite me there.
Yeah, man. Do better than his father.
That's a good goal for you. Yeah. If you're smart, Alex, also listen to take your father's ambition, but also listen to your mother. I suspect your mother is. I know for a fact your mother is a better investor.
Yeah,
I
she
know
is
for
absolutely.
she married
She
you.
was chiding me tonight about. Anyway, I can't say that.
She married you. She's obviously the better investor, baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
man. So,
what I want you to take from it is just think of the switch. Because the truth is, and I'll say it for the crowd listening, because everybody is listening. I like GK. We know that they're going to spin off the finance arm and list it on the local market. Who would not want to be a who would not want to be a GK investor before that? Because everybody's going to want to be a GK investor after that.
yeah.
But the time to get in
the crazy
the time
sorry
to
to
get
cut you.
in is the time when it look bad, it look red in your account, when it low, when what is happening with GK? That's the time to get it, because when it's exciting, nobody will be sad that they got in at 8
Randy, how often we see that? Yo, First Rock is great. Signals is great at IPO. And then it dip and then ball, but them sticking with it because the long-term stock, you're buying more. No, I'm just going to go watch it.
On that same note, there's this thing about everything being obvious after the fact. Everybody's a visionary, right?
Yeah, man.
But they're a visionary when the thing happens, right? So you'll often hear, I always knew, but they never jumped in.
So sounding like an economist.
Yeah, I always knew that Edufocal would be great, Okay.
I just ignore it every single time when I could have buy it and make some of the greatness with it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things. In terms of my GK play too, another time I'm thinking about it. I feel like the thing about GK is that one particular move, I think, could cause such a massive appreciation, 40-50% appreciation in its price. And I just don't feel like that move has been made yet. But even if that move was made, again, I'm holding.
Which move are you talking about? When them buy Scotia?
I think there are multiple moves. There's not one. So, for example, a stock split, which I doubt they're going to do. I don't think they're going to do a.
Sorry, people on YouTube who just lost sound. I know, again, you've lost sound at a very interesting time. The sound will be back in a few seconds.
Do a stock split, right? I think what is more realistic.
You just broke so many hearts.
I just don't think that's in the GK philosophy. I just don't think they're going to do a stock split.
But they're doing it already.
I don't think it's going to happen again.
Oh.
At least when I listen to Sir Webby, and I don't know him personally, when I watch the interviews, I don't get the impression that they're going to do a stock split. But I may be wrong, right?
I would hope so.
Another play, obviously, another play, obviously, is the US play. Who knows? But I don't think GK is sitting idly by, and I think that they have some plans that will move the needle in the next maybe 12 to 24 months.
But that point about you don't think they'll do a stock split, why wouldn't they do a stock split since they've done it before?
I mean, let me check when last they did a stock split. It was a long time ago,
2016.
It's a long time ago, Randy. That's that's like 8 years ago. How long was that? It's like 6-7 years.
I guess
it's a long time. Wait, longer it is more like to me.
6 years. 6 years ago.
We're giving them more room for it to happen.
They may have many other opportunities since they do a stock split,
Exactly.
Why did they do the stock split in at that point?
I don't know actually. I have no idea.
So GK did a stock split in August 2016, and a 3-for-1 stock split is what.
Hold on. It was in 2016. It was as high as 100, and I mean it was up to 100 recently.
And they spoke about that being one of the things. In fact, recently they spoke about sometimes splitting the stock when it gets to a certain nominal figure that might prevent certain kinds of growth. And I know that the counter argument to that is, oh, but what about a US listing and and you need to be at a certain price? That's not quite how it works. But I also think that they're listing the finance arm on the local market, so that I wouldn't say that they're not going to do a stock split, but I would say that if they wanted to do one, they would do it already. Now, in my Grow subscribers group, I have gone into greater detail as to, I actually think they might do a stock split. I also don't know Webby and team. But I have a lot of respect for what they've done. And I do think that they'll do a stock split. And I will save for my Grow grads the thinking behind when they'll do a stock split and why they'll do a stock split. I've shared it with them before, but I'm sure some might not have heard. Some people have joined afterwards. I'll share it with them again later on. But yeah, I suspect that they will do the stock split in time.
Why many things can happen.
You know why I don't want to give too much of it? Funny enough, baby.
Yeah.
Because I am okay with looking in my portfolio and seeing it red. Because I don't mind paying the current price for it. I don't mind at all paying the current price for it.
Yeah. Well, listen. A lot of things can happen in time. It's just sometimes timing things right. So
I have a few ideas around the timing personally. So I don't mind looking in there and seeing it at $85 per share, especially when
$85.55 to be very exact.
Yeah, man. And I can tell you, really don't it a burn you, boy.
My average cost is 107.84.
No, Swaby, come on. Talk to Danai about why you should be averaging down like hell right now. Come on.
Especially with what you're talking, what you're looking for. Yes. Yo, it's not. You're looking at a dream.
The man trying to make Alex thing take longer than it need for take break. Come on.
Yeah, so you're saying can maybe buy the island at 15?
15. you should get rich enough so that you have rich kid problems.
Yeah,
we have to fly.
Yeah, that's all is. That's that is
New York.
That's always such a weird thing to hear. Now this rich kid thing. I mean, it's wow, crazy, man.
Well,
I don't think that's the right way to look at it.
No, it is. At least
Maybe
one change I can bring. That's the way to look at it.
So do you refer to yourself? You refer to yourself as Rich Randy?
No. I refer to myself as me or Randy.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
your middle name
is. I was talking about Alex. It would.
Yeah, but
I would be ashamed of you if your child did not have rich kid problems.
What is it? So we get poor for the sake of
it. Yeah. You should have rich kid problems, because the truth is, rich kid problems is just a side effect of rich kid opportunities. And who doesn't want that for the kid?
That my life is so nice that these are my problems.
Yeah. You should want, as much as we say rich kid problems, I mean, it means that you're able to provide a life for your child that.
And who doesn't want that, right? Everybody wants a great life for their child. That's such a predicament in Jamaica. Jamaicans seem to hate rich people, but they want their kids to be rich. It's a weird thing.
So that's what I want. Yeah. So I just throw
eat
every
the
time
rich.
we talk. Exactly. Start with me.
Man, so that's why I participated in this deal with Elon, because I thought it was a. I think I'll have to pay.
Sorry, we didn't catch out. What deal was that, Siri?
No, I'm paying for my blue tick.
Oh, the $8 a month.
Yes. No, you thought I participated in the deal. No. I was talking about the blue tick.
No, man. I think people are listening to that, and there's somebody who is definitely going, well, we saw him with the Starlink satellite receiver, and Eddie Focal needs to have connectivity all over the island.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sure somebody's linking those.
Yeah, nothing like that. Just to be clear,
that's not what he meant. Something like that, though. I will ask you something officially, because I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you on air. Ask you something about your company. I noticed on your social media recently, Eddie Focal, you guys training doing some training with the library service and transport authority.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, I've spoken about this before. You know, we do have a 5-year tripartite agreement with BCIC and the Transport Authority to train you know, PPV drivers in Jamaica. And we're also responsible for the invigilation of the invigilation of the issuing of badges. So every taxi driver, let me not say taxi. Every PPV driver in Jamaica is required by law to have a PPV badge, and we're responsible for both training and invigilation, and that invigilation is happening at the JLS locations island-wide. So you know, and that's just one of many other things we'll be doing with JLS. Obviously, the Ministry of Education is a you know, good partner for the focal, and we do a lot of work with the Ministry of Education. So you know, there are other activities that we're looking to, you know, activate in the short term in terms of an EduFocal JLS ministry collaboration. So yeah, but I've spoken about that before. And I've
not
spoken
quite like
openly.
this though. Not quite like this. I think what's happening here is that people are now able to see the reality of what you've been saying there. Because it's one thing to hear it, it's another thing to actually start seeing people actually doing it. So I see the picture, and if you're watching on YouTube now, you're seeing it, or you're watching on Twitter, you're seeing the pictures of what I'm assuming is some training being done at a library, also
Correct.
some training being done on a tablet, and it's on the tablet it says Transport Authority PPV training platform, and the caption
which we control, which we own and control. It's one, you know, it's our proprietary platform. You know, so that's, you know, it's really just an extension of what I've been talking about, where I mean, so there are corporate companies that use our proprietary LMS. I mean, obviously thousands of kids who are doing, you know, preparing for their PEP exam use our LMS. You know, there's Clever School that uses, you know, our LMS. You know, so I believe that the use case for the technologies that we're developing is vast and wide, and will become increasingly obvious over time. And that's really what we've been working towards.
Which is why if I look in my portfolio and I said EduFocal Red, I'm not worried.
Well, I hope it's not red. I hope it's not red right now.
I don't look at the color, you know. I look at the count. And speaking of count,
you're still in the top 10.
I actually haven't checked, but I should be.
Okay.
Not today, I should be. And I see 20,000 PPV operators being trained. That's a hell of a number.
Yeah.
I read it. It's very. I'm not often on Instagram, but I saw this. Somebody actually sent it to me, and I like that caption a lot. 20,000 PPV.
I like it too. All right. Well, you know, and I think there's a lot there. I think there are a lot of opportunities there. When you're working with fairly large numbers, there's a lot you can do with that. Especially if you do things the right way. I think there are a lot of opportunities there that can be leveraged. So, you know, it can you believe that so much time has passed already since we've been listed? We listed in March. We're now in November. Right? Yeah, and I'm 32 next week. Is next week?
Wow.
Yeah,
soon,
man.
I think so.
32.
Old and wise.
Yeah, man.
So it feels like a year already.
Yeah, man. It definitely does. It definitely does. So Randy, I had a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think that or Danai, do you think that that 500 mil upper limit is going to be moved within the next 12 to 24 months in terms of maximum raise for junior market companies?
Yes.
I could be wrong.
And how do you feel about that prospect?
I want it to happen.
Oh,
I
you
want
want it
it
to
to
happen,
be
don't I?
raised also.
Yeah.
But how it's
Oh,
raised is will be of some importance.
okay.
Yeah, how it's
What do you
raised.
mean?
Like, is the minimum also going to be raised? You know, that sort
What
of
do you
thing.
mean?
Or does the
Wait, stop,
minimum
Robert. What do you mean?
Gotcha.
does the
No, what do
minimum
you mean, Randy?
the minimum listing amount, the minimum raise amount, is that also
Which
going
is
to be
which is
raised?
what 20
Oh,
million right now.
okay. No, 50.
50. Yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer if it remains where it is, but
Remains the same. That's
yeah, but
the
the
upper
roof is
value
raised.
change.
Yeah.
But they're also considering moving the minimum raise in
Ah,
terms of
boy.
the 20% float. I think
I
they want to
tr-
move it to 25,
I
something to that
tr-
effect.
Oh, that's what I mean. Okay, yeah, I also saw that kind of. I'm also not necessarily in agreement with that.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not in agreement with the 20 to 25, the
Yeah,
move from
I
20
don't.
to 25,
Yeah,
obviously.
I don't
I
think that's.
believe
I don't think
20
that's
should remain 20. Yeah.
20.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
man,
Yeah,
I think
I
so too.
actually hate that. Actually, yeah.
I see no
I remember,
reason
I
for it
remember
to
how I
be.
felt when I saw it. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, why should it be raised?
Yeah, I can't say a good reason for it.
Why are you against it being raised? Why are you against the percentage moving though? What's your
Because
rationale?
I
I'm
can't say a
curious.
good reason for telling because the actual percentage given away doesn't actually matter. It doesn't. The percentage given away, the only thing you're just hurting the owner. You're hurting previous owners
There we go.
in what they want to do for no reason. Thing there. Like,
Yeah.
what does the actual percentage owned by the people, whatever, that start the company or whatever? That's whatever. If I own 80%, if I own 75, what's the benefit of that changing?
Mm.
Who does that help? Like it does. I feel like it comes from the we should be getting more of these companies in IPO. That same foolishness I heard before.
But I will not.
And I know that people saying that don't really have a good reason for that. They're just hoping for a better allocation in IPO and not understanding that changing that doesn't actually change that for them.
And it will not get you a better
Correct.
allocation.
It will not get you a better allocation either. In fact, check the last IPOs.
Exactly. Also, and it's further to Danai's point, Gardner's put it into another way. Like, so what I do, I've worked with and I continue to work with private companies and helping them before listing. So I know a lot of the concerns that private company owners have. One of the major concerns that they have before they get a little bit more understanding and familiar is that they're afraid of losing their companies. They're afraid of losing control of their companies. To tell them that you have to lose,
you must give up more control.
You are making it harder for them to choose to come to the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no need for that. I think leave it at 20.
Yeah.
If I can hear a good reason for it to be moved up, fine. But the truth is, just like Danai say, the only reason I've heard stated so far is, to give people more allocations, and that will not get people more allocations.
And even that's to me that's stupid as a concern. You're not raising again. We're not raising money on the market. IPOs don't happen because then I want a quick flip. IPOs happen because this company wants to raise money, and these are the terms. This is what it looks like. This is what I'm giving up. Why don't they so? If you want a better allocation, okay. You just don't happen to get it here because this is the structure of this company. If you want more, if your goal was allocation in buy Cygnus Real Estate at IPO, buy something that wasn't really a heavy thing there. It wasn't hard to get a lot of units. It was hard to get a nice allocation, meaning amount of money you put in, you get back more size, sure. But that's not what you're there for. There's a reason this company have a high allocation versus that one, because you found it attractive and a lot of people were agreeing with you.
Yeah. Fair point. That's the rationale for moving it from 20 to 25 for me would have to be beyond that old. We want people to get better allocations.
Correct. I agree with that.
But you know what? There's a potential. Let me use the word potential opportunity coming up. A potential main market listing in the form of Caramid. Again, I'm just speculating like everybody else. I have no insider information. I read it in the press. But obviously if a Caramid lists, it would likely be a main market listing, and we haven't had we have had a main market listing in the form of oh gosh, a
We haven't
Trinidad
had a
company.
massive one like that in a while.
Yeah, we've not had one like that in a while. Certainly not a Jamaican company. That's going to be interesting to see because so many people are used to junior market listings now that it makes you wonder if a reserve pool, for example, would make sense for a
There's
company
almost
like
certainly
Carmed.
going to be reserve pools. It's just
Liverpool always makes sense.
yeah. I think the I think the closest thing that we've seen to anything.
Randy, you're breaking up again. For some reason.
Yeah, breaking up, Randy.
Wickedly.
Okay. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, Dana, you can finish your Carmed point.
Me?
Sorry again to the people on YouTube. I don't know what's happening this week. My sound is pretty bad, but if you want to catch the proper sound later on, earningseasonpodcast.com, and you will hear the full audio, including the parts that you missed.
Reserve pools are for the public. It's for the reserve people.
Yeah, but in the case of a Carmed, let's say them coming to market, them raising $4 billion as an example. I mean, I can't see a world.
Look how much. I mean, Dawa got 5. And they were raising 500.
Fair enough.
If the Caribbean get the same amount, them oversubscribe.
Right.
And then now, if I oversubscribe from a 4 mil, then more than I earned for fight despite Randy being whoever nephew.
Yeah, fair enough. But that's going to be exciting to see, though. I mean, I do hope that they list.
Quite.
Yeah. And hoping that it happens soon. So, but I hear that there are a lot of other potential IPOs coming to market in the next couple of possible
months, quarters,
weeks.
We have four conservative estimate by end of year.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm hearing in the streets, do you know?
I don't think we'll have 4 before the end of the year, but I'd be happy if we had even 1.
I'm quoting something, by the way.
Yeah,
Just to be clear.
I think to be obvious, we'll have the separate subsidiary listing. As to whether or not they'll go IPO or list by introduction, that's another thing. But the option is there for them, and they stated before the end of the year that they plan to list it. That was their words. The Carmed news, I've heard this time and time again, but now seeing the whole what I've gotten used to as the IPO starting point, the headline in Gleaner speaking about them mulling an IPO, and I don't know if it'll happen before Christmas. I would love if that were to happen, but I don't think so. You hear what John Jackson said, whispers in the market, talking about other companies coming to market, like which one? I tweeted out something the other day that I think may have been
that pharmaceutical company, man.
Yes, there was that thing on Kalila a couple months ago or weeks ago.
Yeah.
What is the name again?
Oh gosh. And then there's the other company, the finance company.
R.A.
Williams is one. The other one was
the receivables finance.
Money Masters.
Money Masters is putting their phone on the market.
That's the receivables financing company.
Yeah,
the quote unquote new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And there's a couple
Regency,
more, man.
Petroleum.
Yeah, man. Regency.
Yeah, that's another one to Regency's there.
Yeah.
There are actually quite a few.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of them, man.
Yeah, there's still quite a few. I think next year, if even a 10th of them come through, will be very, very good.
Next year going to be very festive in more ways than one. I mean, there's a lot happening. Yep. A lot happening in the market. I'm excited. and I feel like in this global environment where there's a lot of uncertainty, I feel like in Jamaica, there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of things that can really, transform people's lives positively. So, exciting times. Anyway, gentlemen, I have to get some sleep. This was a great chat, and keep up the great work.
Big up, sir.
All right, boss. Bless up.
All right, thank you,
man.
Boy, the money man link with this week, then I can't broke again for the rest of the year now.
So no matter we try to drop, straight up.
Christmas was good. All right, Wolf of Harbor Street, what's up, sir?
Hail to the money.
Hail.
Big up, boss. What going?
Well, it's just the first, I think Mr. Stewart, the first speaker that was on, got me kind of looking into TJH during the brick talk. I figured I probably could go back to that one and flesh it out, see what can go on.
So I was right back on the season, right back on topic, earnings expectations.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my money JA. So I see we're just top line revenue about 90%. Well, year to date, about 90% of full year 2021, and they've already beat 2021's profit year to date.
That is true.
So yeah, and then in the Q3 report, I see them put a nice little summary of the traffic, like a traffic report.
Correct.
And I see where they're on track to beat pre-pandemic traffic volumes.
So that looks versus good. 2019. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it beat all years. So 2019, pre-pandemic.
Yeah, they're ahead of. That's what you want to say.
Yeah, they're ahead of. So they're on track to probably likely close the year at or above pre-pandemic traffic levels, which would translate right back to revenue, I'm hoping, and down to profit, even though them past profit already. So what I'm thinking is, not for Q4, but when there is full year results drop next year, March, maybe a quick little, some gains we could get there is on the expectation of the profit. So probably buy up some January and see if I can get a sell in late February or mid-February before results drop. That's what I'm thinking. That's the idea. Give me Stewart, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, look at that. I tell everybody else, and I talk your business a little bit. I know you've done growth, so you know how I approach it. And if you approach it from my approach, if you approach it with my approach, certain things will stand out to you. Here's something that I haven't heard anybody really talk about outside of. No, I haven't heard. I was gonna big up.
Yeah, break up liquor on this. I'm gonna kind of choppy.
Yeah,
more than let's not use that term. Let's not use that term.
He's breaking up. I'll leave it there, so he gets it.
Are you hearing me fine? No, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, we can make you out.
We can make you out.
For the most part, we can make you out. Everyone is just chipping, and we can really very good. So just.
All right, well, Dana, if you have a point that you want to tell him, and I'll try again to fix this.
I don't know a point. So I said the last thing you said. I was really trying to dig into your point. It's only interesting.
Well, the thing that we haven't heard, I wanted to say that we haven't really spoken about Trans-Jamaica since we had that gentleman from Mars.
Oh, yes.
Long ago. Mm-hmm. And he hinted at something, and I deliberately didn't. He didn't go into it, and I deliberately didn't say it on here for a long time. But I've not heard anybody talk about it since.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing is Trans-Jamaica buying out Enrock.
The management company.
Yeah. I don't hear nobody talk about it yet. And everybody love Trans-Jamaica and nobody not mention it, including you, Mr. CW just saw Wolf of Harbor Street.
Well, me still, as me say, I just started doing reading since Brick Talk, so I probably would have gotten there. But but yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, I
Me,
started about just now. And it's something correct wickedly on the show. It's you're going off what you expect to happen based on what happened since you already.
me?
Yeah, man. They said top line revenue is XYZ, and so I expect literally
Oh.
like you said.
Yeah. So I'm thinking. So the thought for me was simply because traffic, the revenue is directly tied to traffic, or for the most part, I'm based on note one in there, the Q3 results. So I'm thinking if traffic is up and more people traveling through the toll booths, then revenue would be up. That was my thought.
That's not a bad thought.
Mm-hmm. Wait, stop.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking for? Transfer maker expectations for when?
For the full year next year. So March full year results.
Not sure what you mean at all, boss.
Alright. So
transfer maker have a calendar year. We're talking
yeah,
about
man.
expectations
They're telling. Sorry, Kote, finish your point.
Yeah, man. You tell me. So expectations for when you're looking at.
So year in December, the results that would come out in, I think it would be March, based on my money JA here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Why March? Okay, March 1. Okay, it's March. Continue.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, just looking at it, so the expectation of those results might send the price up in February. So I'm thinking, just looking at it now, I might start buying. Well, after I finish doing the research, if it's a green light, I might start buying January to take some profit February.
Why? That's interesting. That's transfer maker is very interesting, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the cues?
I
debate
if I want to talk about it. Remember that we kind of, I don't know if it was on Brick Talk that we spoke about.
Oh, we definitely spoke about it on Brick Talk about the management thing. Whenever we spoke about some degree. But this is interesting more than so. The thing is happening again.
With my sound?
No. With the company. Or so I believe.
The other thing, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think the last time we spoke about transfer maker, we said that last time we spoke about transfer maker was we were speaking to somebody about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say it. It's free. Sure. I said it would take big money to move it.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
man. I'm sure. I said it would take big money to move it. You said the price recently? It's on the up. You see that nice good swing going up. That's funny though. But I think I put in Mr. CW.
No man, yeah, the thing, man. So it's a part of the analysis.
No man. So you
say part of the analysis.
Results anticipation. You expect the results to be. If people see the results before the results come out, I think the price will start go up.
Yes.
Or
you know. Good question. So I'm thinking, just looking at it, I'm thinking it have potential to go maybe 150s, 160s. I want to say 160, $160.
So from the 143 today to $1.60 by then. By
end of February.
That's 11%, almost 12%.
11% by then. Yeah.
Call it maybe 8 or 9 after 7 to 9, depending on your broker's fees.
Correct. And then just further down the line too, I'm not sure if this come into play, but when there was talks about them finishing the man, what the leg name? I think a Mandeville to somewhere. Where it go?
They're getting closer.
Maypen to Williamsfield, so they might start reporting revenue from that booth in the Q2 next year. whenever that finish, we could finish read that. But yeah, continue. Sorry to cut you thought.
No, you're giving a good point. I was talking about the NROC buyout, which I haven't really heard anybody talk about since we did mention it, because I remember that whole 3% thought that we did on here that night, and I said that that what I'm giving 3% to NROC, and I was privately accosted about that, and then common sense caused a whole lot of silence from that side since. But I will say that Trans Jamaica, I think maybe that NROC purchase might be very interesting, and they spoke about negotiating for it a couple of months ago.
Not NROC.
I keep saying NROC, but I'm incorrect. You're right.
It's a heavy proofread on that one.
Whew. This guy's funny.
No man, I know what he wants. I don't remember the name either, so I can't really fully correct it here. But the name do actually matter, does it?
JIO. The name
JIO,
in some circles.
JIO.
Yeah.
Yes,
in some circles. And they're negotiating with JIO. That's all I'll say publicly on my thoughts for that right now.
Proceeds to open article on GIO.
Yeah, man. Outside of that, talk to me about something that you like for this earnings season.
Randy, why you pressure me? All right. I can't tell you what I have. So right now, I probably what I'm watching most closely that I think I have most of my money in is MFS. MFS. Just pull up this while we talk. I might not talk blind. Yes, so MFS has probably, well, they've been talking publicly, I think on Khalila's show and on Learn, Grow, Invest and
Sorry,
in there.
I'll continue, but just to be clear, you're talking about MFS, the former SSLVC?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I have some of that. And so what I've been watching them for is the actual, so they've been talking a bit about some potential acquisitions. I suspect, based on what he had said previously when he was on Khalila's show, one of those acquisitions will likely be microfinancing solutions. It may not be, but that's what I suspect. So I'm watching that. So I think if that is confirmed this side of the year, that will create some buzz around the stock, might send the price up a bit. So my target on the stock actually is 30%.
I always find this funny.
30%
from what?
30%. 30% from what? As in from what price?
Yeah. I mean, you can't.
No. Ask a question, man.
30%. Yeah. People always talk in percentages.
The reason
when they don't, it's hard to get you talking percentages, and then when they should. But then you say 30%. We don't really know 30%. How far up you are right now?
Right now, I bought more, so I was up quite a bit, but I bought more.
No, you bought more, so you still have to for 30%.
Yeah,
and so bought, right? So
yeah, so I'm up 2.25% up now. So the 30%, it's half arbitrary and it's half not. It's kind of like a principle thing, because after Grower Randy gave a suggestion to say 30% is reasonable. So I thought I would target that, and I think this will do much more than 30%. But I'm just saying at least 30% is what I want from it.
Okay.
I think it will actually. I think it's a $4 stock. And at my price, $4 would be fast matter.
When do you think he'll hit $4?
When?
When?
When them announced the acquisition. um, working. I'm still battling with working out the exact dates, but my timeline is heavily surrounded around the acquisition, and then also I think when it is completed, and I'm still battling with working out the exact dates, but my timeline is heavily surrounded around the acquisition, and then also I think when it is completed and that the acquired companies numbers start reporting on the, I'll just say SSL's results, because it would be compared against zero. So I'm thinking that's also something that might create some, a little up movement in the stock price.
Again on YouTube, sorry about the sound. I was hoping
Hello?
to keep you covered, but you shouldn't miss anything.
So you're expecting the new 30%. All right. Fair. 30% by when?
30% by the for me is January, end of January.
All right. 30% in January.
Yeah, because the way Dino was talking, it sounds like, because to be real, I feel like it's agreements with companies that he and his board of directors have control over. So I think they're going to happen. So it's just when them decide for it to happen. I think not gonna go around, yeah.
We should write that down somewhere. Say 2% up, 2% down now. Are you looking for more?
No, I'm 2%
up now. So you have 28 to go.
28 to go. And if I get the 30 this side of the year, I'll just take the profit.
Which is right. You know, the full time.
So
yeah,
just for my edification, when you're saying buying a company that they seem to have control over, what were you talking about? TJ?
So no, I was talking about MFS.
Oh, your sound fixed, by the way.
So
sound much better now. Yeah, I thought
he moved on. He was saying TJH, what his actual investments are, I think.
I know.
Okay. I see what you're saying, Randy. I think I catch you, Rick.
No, what me just say.
Yeah, I think I get what you're signaling there. All right, if I'm right, I'll ask in the group.
Don't ask in the group. Well, I mean, sure, we can have a conversation in the subscribers group. I'm a lot more open there, but yeah, big up that group. I've been enjoying that group a whole lot more, and I plan to make that group as rich as I can over the next few months to years.
My wife hearing it, so she probably like that.
I suspect she will. She sounds like she's also a better investor than you.
Probably not all the time. If she sat down and did it, she would make millions more than I would.
But what does she say? Why would I do it when you are doing it?
No, I don't know what.
I can assure you that's what she's thinking.
Funnily that you would say that. She actually said to me today, I'm going to talk her business. I won't call numbers, but she said she had a sum, a decent sum. She wanted to give me to add to my portfolio too, because she's seen some of the fruits of the labor, the return, so she trusts me. So she said she'd give me, but I tell her no.
You say you don't trust you.
No, I trust me, but it's the principle. I want her to. I don't want it to be a meeting.
It's a skin in the game.
Yeah, I want her to do her thing.
Oh, sounds good. That's a good idea, because if two are do it, then learning and earning becomes much better.
She have sense, man.
You know what? I can you imagine a competitive partner going against you in the market?
I'm a competitive in it about me if she beat me.
Whew.
Same. I would not stand for it.
No man, I would lose sleep.
That would be so. You guys would make so much money. I mean, I can imagine if like a woman's boyfriend or well, sorry, let me not make the mistake. So we made earlier. It's 2022. A partner and another partner. But can you imagine like in a relationship, I want to racing in air quotes, just in terms of investments. Like, what's the downside? We both make money. It's just who make more. You get me? Like you guys would get so sharp.
Yep.
Jaja, can you imagine that?
It's about this team thing. It's a team,
it's still a team, but
and I know it's same team, but
yeah, man. Can you imagine your girl investing, but like it's trying to say who can make more for the quarter or who can make whatever, yeah? I invest X amount because
Jaja.
I anniversary coming up, I'm on the market, pay for the gift. And the bigger the investment is, the better the gift can be. And oh God, man. Like you guys would learn so much so quickly. And I know that because I just remember the shout out to somebody who called in a couple of months ago, the young lady and her sister who they both love investing. And I just think about how much growth happens when you have somebody close that you can talk to about the market and bounce things off, and you know, them see something you don't, you see something they don't, or they teach a method to you, or you get something from that. Yeah, the couple that invest together
Stays together.
Why,
Travels together.
You're travel without her? But you can't afford it, and so you go for her, isn't it?
That's
her problem.
Yeah, man. That's a very good idea. But I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you're trying to shore the value of the market regardless. And I think also it's always good to have a view that's different from yours, looking in the same place, because they might see something you don't see, or they might just view it a completely different way, and from that you learn something else. Yeah. Yeah. So shout out to all the partners who are helping their partners make profit one way or another. Yeah, the MFS $4 though. I like your idea. I mean, I can't say MFS is a bad pick. I'm not ready to talk about MFS too much yet though, but I mean, I think everybody's waiting to hear about those acquisitions. Not everybody, but I think a lot of people are waiting to hear about those acquisitions. I think a lot of people are waiting to see what the new MFS looks like. I see they just did their annual report, and you can see that, you know, it's no longer SSLVC. It's the old annual report was SLVC. The new annual report, or the new fourth quarter report that I saw, you know, it's all MFS now. It's all the new team, let us say. So yeah, it's a new, completely new look from SSLVC to now MFS. I really like the logo too. The bullish on the market. Yeah. So very, 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 very excited also to see what comes from them. And I think they're actually one of the things for next year and for the earnings season that I'm interested in seeing, because they do have I think results due. No, I think the first quarter results are due in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Yep. The couple next week.
3 days.
Couple. I'm actually check.
1 week and 3 days. November 14th.
Yes. That.
Yeah. So let's see how they look at that time. Yeah, I really, really like that. Big up Wolf of Harbour Street, and that's a nice name, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, could I sell it?
Yeah.
Let's sell it.
Yeah, man.
I was surprised it wasn't taken when I changed it to it, but I don't know if that's
when I first said, I laughed to myself, because it's definitely something I've thought. I've not necessarily use it, but I said somebody must have take that one. And here you are.
Yeah, so that's good. It's not a bad street to be on. And shout out to, I forget the name, Caplard himself, who I saw he posted something a little while back. I saw it late though, where he was
so renaming Harbour Street.
Yeah, renaming Harbour Street to, what did he say?
Name again? Can't remember.
I don't know about the
Wealth
Wealth.
I think it's a Wealth or something like that. Well,
Bullet
street or
boy,
something
that
like
thing.
that.
Yeah, but I was saying, yo, let's change it to Garvey. Let's change it to
Yeah,
Garvey.
that but still
Yeah,
Black
man.
Wealth.
Yeah, and Garvey did a whole lot for this. And what we're doing now is very much what Garvey wanted. So I think him deserve it. I know him deserve it. So that would be good. I
Facts.
would 100% be behind that. Big up, Mr. Mayor. Take the opportunity, rename it to Garvey Street or Garvey Way or Garvey Way, because it's the Garvey Way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the JC I'm sure would well, I would hope that the JC would support that. That's a great initiative and for a national hero. Or best national hero actually. Thank you, big up. And if anybody else wants to send in any speaking requests, we're definitely in the twilight hours of this thing now. Winding down, and the winding down part of Brick Talk is always good. Danai, any of your expectations, early expectations with earnings season?
Expectations. What you want here? Company, price, what you want here?
Up to you. A matter of fact, hold on 1 second. Cover the one and only TJD876. Sending a speaker request and he why can't I actually approve it? And if you can approve it, then
I doubt it. My thing has been, I can't even see it.
Yeah,
I
I don't know
can't
what's
even
happening,
see
but
it.
I tried.
Twitter being weird and can't.
Tav, can you see it? Tavares?
Yeah, man, all gone. Done
Big
it,
up,
Randy.
go on.
Big up. What's
But I'm there, I know. But I'm there.
Again, by the way, Randy.
Yeah, Randy. Audio, sound, away.
Alright, go on, talk, Tav. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so, basically, come on. Cause I noticed JFP from the other day. I mean, Jamaica Fiberglass Products Limited.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as we know, them are basically the leading manufacturer of custom built furnitures. Then basically build it from scratch, design it, install it. You know, so even if you have basically an empty space and you want get a new fresh look, you know, you don't have to basically worry about. You just call them in and say, look, more transform the place. I do XYZ business, and them literally will just sit down with you in front of a computer, design, you know, give some mock up. Huh?
Okay, use them services already, man.
No, you know.
Either that or I'm work for them.
I'm work for them, not it. The wicked admin does job.
No, man, and admin is just basically knowing the company, what the company does still. So basically you can just sit down with them and make them know what you want. Them will come and measure up and basically sit down with you in front of a computer and basically, you know, draw it up and give you ideas of what it can look like, and you know you can add and take off and whatever way you like and things. So there is basically a full service company for transform areas, you know. So with all that being said, it was a company where when they were listing, you know, a couple brokerage houses and things did mention, say, boy, I do not participate based upon the fact that no, I didn't buy. I didn't buy either.
Oh.
You know? So, I mean, the space that they were in, you know, we never sure if COVID done for true. And we know COVID had a lot to do with their business in terms of how their revenue will go. Because, I mean, in order for you can basically take advantage of public spaces, you know, we can't have no quarantine. You know, cause even now you still have a few restaurants and things in a public space where we still not allow dining.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Yeah. So with all those places, I mean, it's kind of still a good look, because who knows? Maybe when them ready for dining, them the old looking tear down dust up place, so them probably want a new fresh look. So then we can go link JFP for that. You know, but based upon that, still based upon how it did look, you can say COVID did really affect the business in terms of revenue wise and jobs and all of that. And yeah, currently we're here where, you know, the whole thing kind of change up, you know. You're going to most business places now, them not even require mask. Bank, not for them like can go in a court, you can go in a whole heap of business place. Most places right now you can go in without mask.
No
People
man.
get together. It's not a problem. You sit down in a places, people all start eat back in a KFC again. And as me say KFC, I mean every KFC where they in a Jamaica based go in without mask. People are bond get together.
Mask.
It's not a problem. You sit down in a places, people all start eat back in a KFC again. And as me say KFC, I mean every KFC where they in a Jamaica basically a JFP design and install the furniture them and the basically the outlook of the place.
KFC downtown just get a renovation.
Exactly.
Just done.
Fresh and nice. And we not have to ask how we do that. So the thing about it is that seeing all these new opportunities coming to light now, them have a thing where they say a good girl gone bad. Well, in other case, I feel like a bad girl gone good. You know? So yeah, I would call it a turnaround, you know. And basically the thing about it is that it is evident, you know, a thing we see, things are changed and basically them getting jobs. I mean, I saw a bill of lading, 2 bill of ladings with mentioning the work that they scored their first overseas job. Hyatt is a Hyatt hotel in our Newark. And let me just hear some music all of that. Yeah. And oh yeah man, cool. And basically I see where they actually made 2 shipments. They made 2 shipments already in September, early September. Totaling about 197 or 199 pieces of furniture. You know. On the local scene, not even the local scene alone, you know, the Caribbean, they've done Starbucks in Panama. I know some them do something in our Bahamas. Hold on, let me check them. I know them doing some jobs.
The man have him cheating around the air.
You sure you never get sent as an ad, brother?
Brother.
What, JP?
Yeah. You tell us all of this to say what?
Basically, no. I mean, all of what I say now is really explaining the turnaround of the company and basically all. Huh?
Tavros Riley, the man I call the company Good Girl Gone Bad
Girl.
Oh, really, go on.
Yeah, you know right.
I suffice. I think it's safe to say that you really like JFP.
It's not really like, you know, it's just basically talking based off what I've seen. And that's why I'm really, I mean, if I did, I mean, I would even come and talk about
crush. You like her when you like her? How would you ask?
No, not really. We just talk about what the company
you can't
is.
tell me say you know like JFP.
It's basically what the company is, you know?
Yeah,
and
you
it kind of
say you know like JFP after you just go through.
You can't tell me that.
I mean, no, I mean it's a vehicle. It's a vehicle.
So you like it?
Pause for a second.
The car comfortable, nice.
It's a vehicle and I'm basically still, we're still doing research. I'm still checking when I can and get time. You know, I try to look deeper.
Tavares, hold on.
You say something, Randy?
Yeah, man, I'm saying something. Hold on for me 1 second.
Yeah.
Bring the rest of the public in. What the hell is a bill of lading?
Yeah, what I say now? All that don't come together. So what I say?
No. What's a bill of lading?
All right. Coming from last year.
I don't want to hear that. More you say what's a bill of lading. What is a bill of lading?
What's a what?
Bill of lading. Because that's what you said. That they
Yeah.
Bill of lading. What is that?
All right. It's basically a document with information about a shipment between 2 parties.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what
so basically, it's basically proof of a shipment from JFP to Hyatt. So it's basically showing the information of the contents of the shipment, the weight of the shipment, who it's coming from, who it's going to, the date when it's delivered.
That's why you said, how much you said, 94 pieces?
one shipment I think is 102 and the other shipment is 97. So it's, I think 199.
How much money is it?
That is the thing now. Very kind of more difficult for me. I myself can't really put a figure to it at the moment because on the information it doesn't show when they call it and when you ship something and you put a price like FOB or one of them things. It don't show a CIF or anything like that.
Why? Go on again in the fancy rhythm.
So you're saying the value is not on it.
Well, basically it's just like a value of the items that are being shipped.
Okay. So, well, not the value. Because you don't have the value.
All right, estimated.
Yeah.
So, because I mean, we want to put,
So you are saying that a lot of, you can tell, you say it's a Hyatt. So.
Yeah. And it's a new,
so
it's basically a place.
How did you get that? How did you get that? That I don't see JFK put that out. That's not public, is it?
Yeah, man, it's public information. It's online.
But it's not from
JFP. It's not. It wasn't posted by JFP themselves or any news. Yeah, it's just information on the internet. You can get from basically websites that track shipment and stuff like that. Yeah.
So you've been doing some research. All right.
You can get from
If I ask you if you own it and you tell me no, man, shame. You own
no, man, I own it, of course.
Okay, thank you for not embarrassing.
Yeah, we don't like it.
Of course.
You own it, but you don't like it, right?
No, man, then me have to find out what I mean like first, because as me say, it's a vehicle, I use it for camera from point A to point B.
But the second CR with the next man.
Say, you know like I'm a user.
Yeah, but the second.
Yeah, boy, I say go me have to just use it, cause watch this now. Me can like her, and then rather me no brother. Up to when me like, where she like, You get me I say? No, so me can like the vehicle and the vehicle left me a road. Me not married to it. Me not married to no stuff, brother. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. That is what I mean.
So you say like the purpose. What are the purpose you're liking it for?
Basically, I'm liking it for the turnaround. You get me? So and we're seeing where.
As long as it turn around.
So,
well, no, I win. I work with
Turnaround in terms of what? Turnaround in terms of what?
From basically reporting consecutive loss to.
Never report before.
Well, and the information was in the prospectus of the last year and so on.
In for the second quarter last year.
Yeah. But I think the first, both first and second quarter. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you fine. Last year's first.
Okay, you kind of break up.
Last year's first quarter was a profit.
Yes. The second quarter was a loss. The first quarter, I think they had a revenue of about 64 million. Net profit 8 million.
You're talking about first quarter last year.
Yeah, man.
Okay, and this year, the first quarter, the revenue is 110 million and
110. We'd call it almost 35 million in a net profit compared to 8 million year before that.
The second quarter of this year, up to June, the profit was just 690,000 Jamaican dollars.
Repeat?
The second quarter of this year, so up to June, so between April and
the June, second quarter of this year?
Yeah, the profit was only 690,000 Jamaican dollars.
Yes, and they basically gave an explanation as to why they reported that or why well, basically for me it's basically explaining why it never better. Yeah, I mean they were mentioning about some jobs that they were supposed to collect for, but the cost, they had to make changes to the jobs and so on. So therefore, the timeline of the receival of that cash would have changed, and I'm suspecting that that cash that they were supposed to receive in Q2 is going to report on Q3's report, along with the jobs that they would have completed into Q3.
Yeah, they spoke about in the MD&A about about delays caused by
Think they
changes in
shifted down.
design. I'm chipping out again.
Bernie breaking up wicked. No,
I look like the little one can't come talk for big talk, you know. What happened? Okay, go and watch your tablet. Go. Why I look like shut up, I got you. Okay, go. Yeah, man.
Tav, she want an island. She hear what Sweetie promised.
Why? Trust me, brother. I will want to get island, brother. Trust me, but I mean, I have to put in the work and do the thing, And she can't get it. Sweetie sound like him a leader now, so I have to try to catch up Sweetie,
That's true.
So I try to catch up Sweetie. I'm passing. Sound like him a leader because your man all the talk about them can buy already. So him they lead for now. But yeah man. Yeah, so basically they spoke to why the report wasn't better or why they didn't have more revenue. And looking forward again I realized earlier this year, before I was even looking at JFP, I realized that why that's something I'm also slow. Hold on 1 second. Let me try to pull up one link about the laptop I move. Very slow. It's basically an article with the minister speaking about the hotel industry. Oh, go on here. Oh, they just load up now. Alright. 1 second. The laptop and I tell you to beat no bad. I think I have the laptop from 2007 or 2008.
So I'm trying to get a new one.
Just be. Yeah man, I have to change it because this can't work. Alright, so basically this was an article from January 24 with Mr. Bartlett. Basically he's saying that Jamaica is undergoing its biggest hotel and resort development boom in any 1 year, with 8,000 additional hotel rooms in various stages of development and planning, the majority being led by European investors. So, with that being said, January this year, the Minister of Tourism, I say, basically the development of our tourism industry. Basically, they're doing work to develop the hotels. So I'm guessing that they're expecting more arrivals. And I guess coming out of a pandemic, you have some hotel whenever they really are doing a business and they want to fix up on them thing there. So with that being said, it can be a case wherein JFP can actually benefit from these jobs. Because he's saying that a total of $2 billion will be invested to bring the 8,000 rooms on stream. So basically $2 billion them allocate to sort out them 8,000 rooms here. And then basically after that finish, well, the other information now if we do with any listed company, in my view. So that don't really matter right now.
Yeah, how much times you miss something amazing because you decide to not have nothing to do with it?
Boy, trust me, the whole heap of time. But basically they were just saying that it's going to result in more jobs. But I guess more jobs has to do with listed companies, of course. More money if you spend,
When the tourists go to those hotels, what them eat when they're there?
Well, them eat mostly the food where them eat, them drink them wine and them bacon and them waffles and all of them things there. And I guess CPG are one of them company that will benefit from it. GK are one of them company that will benefit from it. But in my view,
on the cement thing go.
Trust me. Not even mention that for the room them heavy. If you talk to I think there right now, how them call it, architect or one of them engineer, that them would have start tell you how much ton of cement of go use to sort out them room. Yeah. So with all these work going on in the tourism industry, you know, it look good for a couple listed companies. But yeah, that in my view is basically where I would have call it a that. I'm not sure if I wanna run with that.
Well, I know
Because I wanna knock off that 10 minutes already.
Are you come up
Well,
with
I you know with the talk, you know, so me only a copy the talk.
Yeah, but enough people do that, so you don't have to worry about that.
Alright, so basically Jamaica expected to earn 5 billion US from hotel rooms to be constructed. So that basically change now. So when say, okay, so now may I realize the difference between what I'm say over there, so, and what I'm say here, so.
Which
But
is
basically this, yeah. Alright, so right here, so the headline mentioned 5 billion. So Jamaica expected to earn 5 billion from hotel rooms to be constructed. And then here, so now Jamaica is projected to earn more than 5 billion in direct foreign exchange inflows from visitors, occupancy of approximately 8,000 rooms slated for construction over the next two to 5 years.
correct.
Yeah, so this, yeah.
Is it the article you're quoting from? What's the date on it?
This, alright, this one now is July 14, 2022. The first one was mot.gov.jm. That article.
I just wondered because I have up a similar article from July.
Okay.
Same stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to hear your view on it. But remember, you're coming with the poll of the JFP rollout. So what was the point of all of that?
Well, the point of that, how exactly this work into what you're looking for from JFP?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it has to do with the money. Basically, they're coming from earning, well, in some cases not even earning. You know, they're coming from operating at a loss. So basically, reporting profits. And basically with all of this in mind and what I've said about the hotel industry and other works coming into play that they have, you know, I'm expecting to see a lot more revenues and the company operating in at a profit.
And
I'm expecting to see.
It sounds like you're top on the news, man. Owen James report here, though. What you really like? I don't give two hoots about your analysis of the company along those lines. I'm thinking about it from the perspective that you be honest with yourself now, please, and the people them late in the night. I could hear the honesty. Yeah, so what you think about JFP? Let's have some real talk. Midnight just gone. Right?
No. My view on it is that the company is turning around.
All right, you bought it. How much you plan to sell it?
Yes, I did. Well, that is still a part of the research, but currently
but you
I'm
have
working
an idea that what you plan to sell it at?
Well, yes, I have an idea of 30%. When I just started to do the research, I wanted to get 30% from it.
In what?
Basically by December.
December what?
What price that for you?
March month.
Well, end of December. It's always the end of the month where I could for my goals.
So what price is that for you? Boy, I'm running the calculation now. Figure out where am I gonna sell it for.
Yeah, tap that no bullshit. That sound like
it's a funny if it all pass the price. No. What price is 30%?
It can't pass the price, brother. Me they have me sell out at 189. And when basically doing more research, I end up buying more shares at a higher price and average up. and I end up remove my sell order because I'm currently in the stage of doing a reassessment. But at first, when I bought it at I bought about 3 times at $1.49, and I set my sell order at $1.89. Well, more than one sell order I set at $1.89. And while continuing the research, I started to purchase more shares because I purchased a couple times last week, and I basically purchased 2 times this week. So the average is continuously going up because I continue to buy at higher prices.
So, what?
What price you plan to sell at, Tav?
Exactly. What's the average price you get? Because you have to figure yourself work that out end of the day.
Yeah, man, currently my average is I think is $1.58.
Nah, man, that's still don't answer the question. Yeah, if you keep
Which
averaging up,
selling?
then you under. Yeah, man. So
Yeah,
if you keep averaging up, then you know that your average price has to be at a certain point for you to profit by a certain level, whatever you expect. So what price
I haven't come up with a selling figure against.
So that's the thing Randy just said. Yeah, exactly. So you've been buying, averaging up, but you still don't know where your sell is.
Not
so
as
initially you knew, you're ruining it now, so you don't know. So
no, it's not really ruining now. It's me. It's me doing.
So you've ruined you knowing your actual sell point. You had a sell point, you average up, and you don't know the level you're fine averaging up to because you don't know the sell point. That's 30% from that new average price that you're going for. So it sounds like you're gonna end up with the average price, and anything it did it where it reach, you're gonna say, all right, cool, 30 on this. So how you decide? Wait, see the issue right now, right? You see that what I'm saying? You said no and say you're contradicting yourself.
Don't I? Right now, as I said, that I'm basically checking to see how much I can get from it.
Exactly.
Because I did a reassessment.
Wait, see the point. Wait, so may I say?
No,
you want 30% from it, you know? I know.
No, that was the initial
I'm not disagreeing with that. Agreed. We average up now. Say at 158. Right? If you were to stop averaging up, forget your 30%, then you think that when him again, you'll be
to go that far. Sorry, Tav. You put more money into the thing and brought your price you're paying higher without thinking about what the price was that you wanted to come out at?
Exactly.
You can't expect me to believe that, Tav.
Randy.
All right, hold on. You said 30%. What's your average price now?
$1.58.
$1.58. So you think that you'll be able to sell it for at least $2.05 by the end of December?
Well, the fact that more money into play, I wouldn't have to go the exact 30% on top of that. Okay. So I was looking at if I was to sell, I was thinking about I would sell it for at least $1.90 while I do my continue my reassessment.
So
that last part you keep adding machines up.
You put enough money
much with that last part.
You put enough money in there to now be able to get the same dollar figure of profit on 20% instead of 30%.
20%. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that. Because what I did was that I just put more money in it, and basically I can well, you just explain it.
No, I never explain it because
you think him explain? If you explain it.
No, man. I mean, we were talking on percentage first, you know. So basically, me buying something at $1.49, right? Wanted 30% from it, right? Mm-hmm. I continued my checks, and I realized that I can get more from this thing.
How much more?
So I end up buying more.
How much more you think you can get from this thing?
At the time, well, I know I can sell for $2.
You know you can sell for $2.
At least $2.
Wait, say 189.
But I wanted to sell at 190. Because I know, because based upon certain things, yeah.
So if you want to, all right, so
it's really an exit strategy.
No, man.
Don't call it that.
It's not. They're conflating things. What you saying right now? All right. If you average, so if I want $30 from $100, right? So 30%, and I will average up because I know at the end of the day, $30 is fine. I mean, I want $30. I don't want 30%. I want $30. I have to average up to the point where at this level, I know that the same movement so it going to the same $30 up from an initial price, so 30% on my initial. But when I average up, then 20% on that new number will give me the same amount of money. You have to know what that new number is. Okay,
Definitely.
You want the money. So you find adding more money into it with the idea if it move by, no matter what amount it move by, if it still move, if averaging up, bringing my average price higher. But at the end of the day, with all this money here, when I'm moving with it, it's still thing there. It still give me the same dollar figure on more money, less of a percentage movement. But you're figuring that out still. We do it already. Do the thing that you need to. You're figuring out the thing you need to do after you do the thing.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because what I did was taking it. No, I buy with the intention of selling it for $1.89. I had the orders there and doing my checks. I mean, I say, so I can get more from this thing. So I end up removing the sell order and doing the checks.
This here, the problem there. You can get more.
No. That is the thing. That is the thing. So I just remove the order basically just because I think I can get more, but I didn't do enough checks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't do the proper checks to definitely know that.
So yes, that's how much I can get more. Bought and you know the price they're selling at. You knew at the start, but you do a new thing. You add money in, so you don't really know the price anymore.
No, it's not because I add money in why I don't know the price anymore.
It definitely
that wasn't the case.
I know. That's not the point. The point is you add money in despite not knowing the price anymore. So may I say? Because now I'm gonna ask you, are you don't buy? You find averaging up some more? Or you don't buy now?
No, me not think I don't buy it.
So what's the average price?
But you don't know what you're selling.
You're gonna have.
Hold on, you still don't know what you're selling.
So it's the issues. So you have to know the average price you're fine at the end of the day with, because you have to know what price to go to, i.e. which price you're going to sell it at. So you need to know the average price that you need to have to make the level of money that you think you want, you actually want to make if you sell at that price. So enough things have to figure out this. We already start buying, already plan to buy more, but you don't really figure out where we get done.
Well, no, I never put in the new sell order yet.
Not even that. You know the new sell order is.
It's not hard for me figure out, and basically can revert back to my original plan for the dollar figure,
which is 30% or Tav.
No man, if you don't pick me and ball, you know, I guess.
Don't blame the pitney.
Hold on, one second.
No problem. Why Tav got confused profit than I.
You see me?
Yeah.
Confused.
Confused. We had another request, or I guess the person jumped off. If you want to send a request in the meantime while Tav sort out him daughter's island, you can. The boy, him sound in love with JFP though, than but him not sound like him know why him love JFP. Like him just love the share price and him expect it for fly.
Yeah.
What happened to him if him if it drop next week? In the meantime, Sir Hammer, what's up? How you doing? Jerome Walter.
Good night.
Evening, how you
night,
doing?
boss, what's good?
There. Well, I've been interested in tropical lately. So looking at tropical at the moment. I see where they are in expansion mode, looking for acquisitions and.
You think an accident while over here, then I never thought about that.
I'm not hear you say.
episode. You think it's accidental? Why then I have not mentioned that all episode.
Maybe we should have mentioned it then.
No. I mean, people mention what they want. It's just
Yeah, cause buy some already still, but me still plan to buy some more.
Like myself. Well, I mean, go ahead. You're saying why you like it. Well, Tab sort out him soon.
Yeah, so I'm looking at them because they said they're in acquisition mode. They're seeking to buy a company. Seeking to buy a company. They seem very, very close to finishing that deal. And they talking about expanding into retail because that's also one of their highest margin products. So instead of selling things wholesale to like gas station, they have to discount them at certain price. Rather that they can just sell them to the public, so they make more money doing retail. So they are seeking to expand one of their stores in Kingston to
That's so nice.
facilitate
We'll talk about the
more
real thing. You're thinking about
retails.
making. Let's
That's
talk about
all.
the real
That's
thing.
all. What? I'm not
So
hearing
that
you.
sound nice. Sorry, I know my sound might be bad.
Yeah.
I was saying all of that sounds nice,
Eh.
but that's not the real thing. Let's be serious here. You're thinking about making a whole heap of money. So where you think it going and when?
Well, it's the results due the 29, so it's mostly my play was around the 29. So and from now to the 29.
Of November.
Alright, so yeah, man, of November.
Word. And what you think
So
you're selling it for?
look
What you think you're selling it for November 29?
$3.10.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Why?
it's why? Because good results. I'm expecting some good results. They already beat the full year. The 9 months results already beat the full year results from last year. And they if they come and say, if they make the announcement and say, yo, they acquire a company such and such, that will also give the stock price a boost. Persons will want to run in and buy the stock at that time. So I'm banking on those two things for the 29 for in order for me to sell at $3.10 before Wednesday. Well, what I would do, since the things I'm looking for hasn't happened as yet, then I would take my profit now, and then if anything, I can get back in at a date and wait for those things to happen again. So I would secure the money first. That's what I would do. The goal is $3.10, so I'm taking my profit. I need the money to do something, so I have to take my profit. Yes, sir. Then I queue already. and I tell you which one of them.
Yeah, the man money up in a brother, $2.10 order, and the two of them. All right. I respect that. What's your backup?
What's my backup for now?
Suppose it don't work.
Suppose. Well, to be honest with you, I haven't think about a backup. I just realized that about them, and I say, well, this look like something I can bank my money on for earning season.
Tropical, but that's just one.
Yeah, that's just one. The rest of the results, I was thinking about JFE, but the timeline when I started looking at them, because I didn't buy. I should have bought if I should have bought it at 148 and the results. I didn't have the JFE, but the timeline when I started looking at them, because I didn't buy. I should have bought if I should have bought it at 148 and so forth, but I didn't have the conviction at that time to buy. But when I really started to look at them now, I see where I really made a mistake. I should have bought earlier. right? But the timeline with JFP, I'm saying it's a little bit too short, so that's why I choose Tropical because the report's due on the 29. So I'm thinking I have a little bit more room there, and persons will maybe see what I want to see, what already saw later down the road. So that's why I choose Tropical instead of JFP. A lot of persons already seen JFP. I've even I've heard a lot of persons talked about it outside at my workplace and so forth. So so yeah. But my oh god, can you hear me? Hello? Like everybody gone.
Sorry about that, YouTube.
Dana, you hear me?
Moment.
Who there?
Sorry about that, Tav. Not Tav. Hammer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you clearly now. Come like I just them alone can hear.
Oh, technical difficulties.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're definitely having technical difficulties, but I think I could hear everything that you're saying. And you're saying that you like the JFP, but you feel like you took too long to get in.
Yeah, I feel like I took too long to get in, and the timeline short, and I think the timeline is a little bit short. So instead of going there to probably make like a buying to make like probably a 6 or 7%, I was thinking about Tropical where I could make probably about 15% by earning season. So I think Tropical would be a better for me and my goal.
Boy, the man I use the grower principles completely. Then I can hear the grower principles, man. Then I sound still giving him issues. Hold on. I can hear the grower principles. So what's funny though is that you're saying it, that you're saying without saying it that you think that the JFP rise done.
I'm not saying it's done, but not. I don't think much is left in it. That's what I'm saying.
Ooh, where do you think it's going? Why you avoided it?
For a quarter play, I don't think much is left to it. But for the future, then it's promising.
Yeah, man. And the future is bright, and everybody's going to heaven. But realistically, what do you think is? If you sit at 178 right now, you think it gone. What are you saying essentially? That you think that you think that everything gone outside? You think that 178 is it? How high you think you're going for the quarter play? Because you're saying a quarter play meaning what? December 31st?
No, November 14.
November 14.
When the results due, yeah. So from now to when the results due.
What do you think about that, Tav? Because it's like you never give a damn about your sermon while ago, you know.
No, me hear him sermon. Me understand him sermon. But for the 14, I just feel like say me have a better chance with Tropical to get the money when we want.
Boy, I don't know. Tav, tell me, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to do something. Tav, can you actually hear us still? I don't know if Tav hearing us at all. I want to hold on 1 second. I'm going to try something with my sound and then we can talk while I sort it out. The problem is, well, there is no problem. Actually, Danai, if you talk from your computer, I think people should be able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Did you hear me a while ago, Hammer?
No, me never hear that. I know.
I mean, YouTube can. Probably not.
No, YouTube can hear you fine. It's just that the space isn't hearing you, and my brain power as to how to fix that right now is low. Try unmuting on the space though, Danai, because I seen you muted.
Oh no, I can't. Can't even press the button. It's from night. Before all this second wave of problems, I can't press the button.
Oh boy. All right, sorry about that.
It was registered as it.
Yeah, 'cause I noticed the same thing on my side. It wouldn't even allow me to approve. It wouldn't even allow me to approve the people. I sent you a co-host invite
Yeah,
again.
I also last audio because I can't hear anything. What you're saying that you are. This.
People, I'm so sorry. The audio tonight is pretty crappy, except for the people on YouTube who are hearing us perfectly fine, but the people on the space not hearing you tonight. Hammer, you can hear me still, right?
Yeah, man, but your son, choppy.
Crazy, right? Let's not use that term. It's not choppy. I gonna ask you to just hold on 2 minutes. Well, you don't actually have to hold on. I will continue to talk to you. For YouTube, give me 1 moment, YouTube. All right. You can hear me again, Hammer?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Sorry, I see. Can you hear me again, Hammer?
Yeah, man.
All right. We're going to have to just do it audio for a moment until I come back. Boy. Oh. Yeah, I can hear. You can hear Danai? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Mm. Mm. Yeah.
I wouldn't sell to buy into. I think that then you realize that you have to be more specific then. It really depends on the company and everything around that. But
Yeah. No, but not to knock your thinking though. I like it. Not just that. Not to knock your thinking. I right. Although I really like the thinking that I like the thinking that. Okay. I don't know if you can hear me actually. Can you hear me? Yeah, I don't think you can hear me. Mm-hmm. Trust me, man. That. Oh Lord. All right. there's a limit to the power what I can do. I think the people on YouTube might be hearing us now again, but my apologies about the sound issues. If you really want to hear us, if you want to join in, you can always listen live on Twitter by joining Stacey. You can also join the conversation, right? But a whole heap of time has passed, and I don't think the sound issue is going to get any better. So apologies about that. Yeah, I heard what you guys say, and I think it's very, I hate to say something as trite as very interesting.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but I think that pyramid point is one that we want to watch. I like what you said about looking at the $6 billion and using it, the $6 billion loan, and using it as a proxy for what they may do, what they may come to market as. In my mind, the closest thing, and get used to hearing this, get ready to hear this a lot. It is going to be compared. It has the same feel of like a Wisynco. It's already a household name. It's a massive company, legacy company, a black man company, and people have been waiting a long time for it to come to market. I think I have a tweet from 2019 saying that, just mentioning it, and even before then. So I think a lot of people are happy about it coming. I think there's not going to be no surprises there that day. And from in other areas, I can see other large companies coming to market, and there's always long promise sector of JPS if it ever shows up, also coming to market. Point is, I think during this time, you may very well see a dip in everything, good, bad, or ugly. You might see a dip in everything, and I don't know if we're anywhere near the point of that not happening on the market. Yeah, that's so you need thousands of listings and millions of people maybe before you don't see that sort of dip on the market. But I really like that thinking that you put to it there, Hammer, where you go. You know, they borrowed $6 billion, so you're expecting like a $6 billion IPO.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I mean, I tell them to go more.
I would.
You think what?
$6 billion, though.
So much?
Yeah, man, I think Wisynco was $6 billion. Full contract.
Yeah, man. They got a lot of money.
1.1 into the company, and the selling shareholders took about 4.9.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's funny. Nobody had a problem with selling shareholders then.
I like that.
Yeah, who you heard?
It was I think that the conversation around IPO I was different at that time, but definitely in the houses I was hearing.
Whispered. Definitely whispered.
That's exactly why whisper. I think the place I was hearing, they weren't willing to really say it certain ways. They just say. And if they say passing or whatever, they won't. They not put it on a report or anything like that.
Yeah, and everybody.
And everybody was shocked when somebody said no, like, and who the person was and things like that. And then the reason. It's so to me like a good part of their reason for not liking was that. I'm talking like this because I don't want to end up in a conversation again. You get me? I hear something say.
Yeah, I understand completely. I understand completely. I'll leave it there. But yeah, I think it's in the same region, the same sort of thing. $6 billion or more. Yeah, you're right. I go from it. About $6 billion. That don't mean that I'm stuck with $6 billion. About $6 billion, my best.
6 billion plus interest.
Yeah, and Pyramid also. Household name is built over decades, so I personally would have no issue with a selling shareholder. They put in their time, they put in their time and build it up. Why should they exit? Not all of them, that's all they buy stocks. So we can sell it.
If you forget them, everybody but us must sell. Everybody but us must hold it. We want. It's when I explain to somebody else, like, yo, somebody else said somebody like the problem here, mean problem, why the problem is usually well, what's wrong with XYZ stuff, and the explanation is, oh well, somebody else said it's almost unacceptable. Like, yo, that person I really says a nice fucker, or me wants it before my time. Yeah, I get quite a reaction. I think it's of the same vein as who is the idiot selling at
whatever price, yeah.
Whatever price.
Yeah.
Idiot where?
Yes, sir.
Karamed or Kirk. May I try to figure out which name more in the retail space or with more people. Karamed.
You mean the guy that
Kirk
managing funds? Oh, Kirk.
Come on, Kirk. Yeah. Well, I should have mentioned the Kendall product.
If you said that, that's only from Kirk. It's the issue.
Exactly. Yeah. I come in with you, the company, I can't never supposed to say evangelist.
Yeah, man, that's a different thing. So, what about if you see Kendall or Kendall or?
Well, it's Karamed. It's Karamed.
So we can have more of a name.
Yeah.
Kirk about this?
Well, I wouldn't pass them Phyllis, Kirk separately. I wouldn't put it past them at all. Yeah, man. They're a part of the Karamed group. Yeah. Kendall products.
Along, man. So the Kendall products fall under the Karamed brand.
Yeah, Karamed group.
And I take it up before I list. Yeah, I take it up before I list. Anyway,
Or is that plan spin-off?
let me start. We're not good at value. Let's see what happens. 1-1, strong balance.
Yeah, that's the money free.
Right?
From 2 ways to like, oh, I'll take it up before I list. Before I could own any, I'll tell them. Give me two.
Yeah, man, let me stop that. Let me stop giving up my value. Anyway, thank you, gentlemen, for popping in this evening and talking. The last person on, who sent a last request, I grade. What's up, I grade? Robbie Larson, if you're talking, you have to unmute. I guess he's not talking, or he can't hear us.
I wonder how many of this.
Oh, you sent a speaker request, you got approved.
That works.
Might must be faith or something, boy. But since we're there, I don't know. As usual, that's a big open because you are the guys who are pretty much sharing the knowledge, ensuring that people out there are, understanding the market and doing the things that they need to do, not just talking the strong data points and stuff like that, but going deeper and understanding and getting value for what they want out of the money.
It's not deeper than the strong data points.
Strong balance.
You know, there's people out there who are very sure that we don't know what we're talking about, or that we're lucky. So we go there to say we're lucky, we get a one look, we get a 1 and people think we have this thing good.
Is that IPO boss in that?
Yeah, since 2015. And I'm not interested in having those people learn better. If you want to believe that, keep believing it. Keep thinking that is done to us over this side. We keep building, but it's a big up thanks for that.
Yeah, man, and since we're there, I guess one thing we always want to talk about too is SVL. I don't hear much conversation about SVL the way we hear talk about it right now.
Oh, that's what I mean. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, man. Recently I saw where they announced the GLI certification, but even me myself don't fully understand it, so kind of do some research into what it means. But so far, I mean, even anecdotally based on what the executive chairman said, that sound like a $12 million per year. What did he say? $12 million US per year potential for the company.
What was he saying?
Well, he was basically talking about what is it that they're using now? I think they have a company out of England that they're currently using for their gambling platform.
The mobile gambling platform?
Right. And he was saying they currently pay like $12 million US per year. And with them now having the GLI certification, he was pretty much saying that, you know, it allows them pretty much become a global company offering that same sort of service to other potential players in the market, not just in Jamaica or in the Caribbean, but globally.
What that sound like to you?
Or
In terms of SVL?
sound like strong dividend. But I mean,
Go ahead.
it's more revenue ultimately coming down to the bottom line, so more profit for the company.
In what way would it be more profit?
I tell you what. So far, based on my understanding of the thing, it sounds similar to what Sportfree is doing for GK, that white labeling thing. I can imagine with that white labeling arrangement, Sportfree probably making some good money doing stuff for GK.
Sportfree,
agreement
with GK?
You know what? I haven't seen or heard it officially, but I might have heard it somewhere.
Yeah, I suspect that you're a bit ahead of the curve and you didn't realize it. And you're ahead of the curve in a way that the usually people are ahead of the curve just from inside that information. Yeah, sadly. So they're often surprised when people like us are ahead of the curve without the insider information. But we're not on the inside.
Because St. Thomas regularly. But yeah.
I mean, big up St. Thomas Parish, but not the Obia.
Well, the plant the back down the train or so. You never know.
No, big up that's your thing. Obia is just not Catholic religion. But anyway, what I would say is, I'm thinking of the SVL thing in another way. Think of it I'm not thinking of it as a possible white labeling with GK. I'm thinking of it more as a parallel of, I soon say the name of it. You know what I think of it as? I think of it more along the lines of detail and look at.
Exactly. It's funny. The thing you just said was very actually. No, I'll say no. But can I? Should I?
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
So you said you said it. you gave the case. You gave a good case for it, and then it gone. Well, that's fine. I love that. You know, you can talk outside. So that's cool. That's cool. That's fine.
Whatever place you can all talk.
Definitely.
Yeah, man. I think, just think of what you actually say. That's what I say. Think of what you actually say. It's less. In fact, I think it's just recent that impact here. I'm surprised you never say it's more spiritually mechanical.
And
that would have been a little closer. Yeah, that would have been a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah, in my view, it's more detailed with cats.
Interesting.
Much more like detail with cats than anything else, in my view. And And suffice it to say that I continue to be excited about SDL. And if it's ready in my portfolio, I'm excited.
Well, let me look at my portfolio and tell you how it is. Because I think it should be ready in mine too.
Oh, yeah, so you're not scared, you're not selling?
No.
Well, are you buying more? That's an important question.
Plan to buy more, but making some other plays, hopefully to come back around and buy some more. Right now I'm down 9.88%.
That's light. What?
Oh, play them again. I want more again. That's not repeating. Actually, you paid anything.
Depending on your goal and your time, 9 is light. If you have the expectations, like every week, almost I can talk about SDL in a completely different way. Yo, I have to remind myself that these guys don't give me any money. Yeah, these guys don't pay me ad money. Yet I talk about CashMat all the time. CashMat is integrated in Jamaican society. And I use it as such a great example because everybody can understand it. But there's different, if you could see the aspects of SDL as I see them, you wouldn't mind to go back down to $17.
What was interesting too was when Gary Pearce said they don't see SVL as a gambling company.
What did he say that they see it as?
I think he said he see it as I can't remember the exact word, but like a platform. Yeah.
Nobody uses the word. You say payment services, payment platform.
With gambling bolted onto it.
Yeah, but
you know, it's the less bougie version of it.
Yeah.
Right.
More real life, you know.
Yeah, it's a financial company that sells gambling tickets also.
Right.
Well, that's financial.
Yeah. Well, let me not piss people off.
But I like the perspective that you put to the GLI thing, so I think I might look at it down that avenue instead of how I was looking at it before. As I said, I don't fully understand it, so I'm still researching that part of it.
Don't worry, nobody does. Nobody does. Meaning nobody, meaning obviously the people at the strategic level of SDL understand it. And I'm sure IGT understands it. And I would like to think I understand it. But yeah, the market don't understand it. It's just a data, it's still very much just a data. That's why we can talk about it open. It's still just a data.
You know what though? I think Gary Pearce himself said the same thing, you know, that basically the market hasn't fully grasped what that means for the company. But him himself, based on his action, tells me that he is, other than being, of course, the executive chairman, fully understand what it means because we can see where he put some more skin in the game.
I feel like he had to do the decision making to do the thing. So I feel like he understands. I feel he did it for a reason.
Couple millions worth of understanding based on what I'm seeing.
Plus his salary is share.
It's exactly.
So even more millions worth of understanding, right?
Exactly. I don't know if it was before or after the announcement. You see where a certain transaction took place.
I mean, before and after, before the announcement, the thing was already in progress. The thing was already being worked on.
Exactly.
So yeah, man.
Yeah.
The beauty of the market is that even if you're not as sharp as everybody else, you can just follow the sharp people.
Definitely.
But you just have to make sure so the people you're following are sharp. Everybody has an opinion on investing. Not every opinion is worth listening to. Some of them will send you down to strong balance sheet.
The fundamentals.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the fundamentals. Big up the fundamentals. Yeah, but are they actually fundamental? This GLI verification will become fundamental in a short while. Next year will be great. Or if that we feel the need to make it fundamental this year, November, I would love that. Feel free to do any of they have a desk full of buttons and you can push it whenever they want. Feel free to push any of those buttons, please. Some of us would like that. Yeah, why not? Then I don't have to.
Straight up.
I'd love to be able to afford a boat and nothing.
That's it.
Yeah. I gather they are extending.
That's onto the boat money and say, yes, sir. You know.
I want a boat in time. Not in the short time. Anyway,
I'm sorry, everybody listening. If you come before it's time, probably there.
Please, press
straight up.
Yeah. With all that said, one last question from the YouTube from earlier. Somebody asked if you don't own any real estate. You don't own any real estate, right?
No, man, I think so.
Directly. I said it as a joke, but I don't know if I own any real estate either. I wouldn't really, as far as I know, we don't really do real estate yet. But just like trust me. Yeah, I'm still a rental. But look out for if life's there, look out for some interesting things in the real estate space. And it will not be the typical thing you're thinking of. It is never the typical thing that you're thinking of. Not with us.
You know.
I work too hard. I need to go back to that easy. Anyway, this has been another podcast. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you found something informative in it. Shout out to everybody that came on and asked a question or gave a view. And thank you. And apologies again about the sound. If you want to hear this clearly, go to earningsseasonpodcast.com. When we put the episode up, we put them up on a lag. So when we upload this episode, the sound should be better. So you'll be able to hear some of the parts that you miss. And next week, hopefully, will be better. Big up and thank you. Then I'm ready if you want to have a last ad. You want to have a last ad?
Best up. Yeah, man. Nice. If you want investment advice, link me up, bhadvisor.com. We can always talk about portfolio, so what exactly direction we need to go in. What are the goals? What's the profit points? What exactly we need to look at? And trust me, I hear some really interesting things from the call here, and I think we can really make some good money here. So next year will be interesting. This year still interested. So link up bhadvisor.com. Let's see what portfolio can do.
Yeah. So have a good night and see you next week.
Indeed.